Okay, well, accidental button presses aside, we're here. What's up? It's D&D time. Richard, normally I'd say take it away, but I have to have Ryan take it away this time.
That's right. I never
My
take it
bad,
away.
my bad.
anyway.
Thank
And
you.
also, hello, everybody. I forgot about that part.
Hi, everybody. I guess this is as good of a segue as any. So, your resident loser here, Ryan. I have been working on something for the last several months. I've had the excellent help of Richard with Hero Forge models and backgrounds, and I have had the excellent work of Sydney making pixel art to help make this intro going. And I've had the hard task of watching dozens, if not hundreds, of intros for video games, cartoons, for anime, things that I would never do of my own accord. I am a very serious man with serious man business.
You're more of a cross
I wouldn't do
stitch
that.
kind of guy, in my experience.
Anyways, here is a link. I didn't do the little sync thing, so we're just gonna
We kind of stopped doing that. It kind of stopped working, so we just hit play at the same time now.
So here for the stream and for our players, the first viewing of the Aberrant Empire intro.
You want to do a 3, 2, 1 play? Is that how you want to do this? Because I have it queued up in OBS here for everybody.
Great. I'll do a
and I'll say, by the way, I know you didn't want me. You were like, hey, here's the file, but obviously, don't look ahead of time, which I didn't. But I'll have you know, since I had to, make sure the levels were fine, I literally put my hand up in front of the preview side of OBS so I could just monitor levels and make sure it would, wouldn't blow anything out.
All right, so we'll do a 3, 2, 1, go. And on go, you hit play. All right, everybody got the link in ready and everything?
Mm-hmm.
All right. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah.
I love it
dude,
so
I love it.
That's so good.
That was pretty wicked.
Dude.
It's amazing.
Good use of what was that thing? The make their faces move app? I don't remember what that was called. Wombo?
It was the family heritage.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty good use of that. That was dope.
Yeah.
So that was several months of off hours work, and it's done and it's there.
Jeez.
So Artem, if you'd like the file, I can send it to you so you can upload it to your channel.
Absolutely.
But yeah, that is the several long time. Thank you, Richard and Sydney, for all the help contributing
Thank you
on
for
that
putting it
project.
together.
Yeah. So I wanted to give Ryan an inspiration point for making that. But also I want to give Sydney an inspiration point for doing all of her 8-bit art. And I want to give Artem and Tony an inspiration point for all of the stream work that they've been doing. And I want to give Andrew an inspiration point for that awesome clip show that he put together a little while back. So you all get an inspiration point.
Part of me was hoping, Richard, you'd just be like,
And nothing for Andrew.
And Tony
And,
Artem,
Nothing for Gretchen Wiener.
So last time, it just like
So, and I'm also gonna give each of my NPCs an inspiration point just because I love them so much, and
Oh,
just
shit.
they've really not been rolling well. So I think that they
Neither
really need
have
the help.
we.
Guys,
Oh,
if
no.
everyone's got one, that means no one's got one. Realistically, it's an even playing
Just means
field.
just means a lot more successes are gonna happen. Guys, let's just play a game where everyone always has advantage. Just everyone's succeeding a lot.
Like bridge. This is now
Okay.
a bridge live play.
Quadruple
Alrighty, so,
extra advantage.
We had a heck of a episode last time we were here.
We fucking
Uh-huh.
What was
That's
supposed to
it.
be a quick side was supposed to be a quick side mission turned into something quite different, but we actually started a little bit before that where we met a new character. Sydney, would you like to recap at least the first part?
So, as we are kind of like on our way heading out towards Waterwheel, we noticed that, or some people noticed, because some of us don't notice anything, but we were being followed, and when Hunter tried to like maybe veer them off in a certain direction or try to flank and double back and try to follow, he lost touch of everything, and we simultaneously lost touch of him, and that's just how that be. But it turns out that the person following us was Lukilazog, who was Kamira's childhood friend. He basically kind of helped her learn how to fight when they were younger. And he was like, hey, I'm the Lorax and I speak for the trees, and these motherfuckers are like destroying everything. Please help. And we were like, all right, it's on our way. Sure. For a friend? Absolutely. And then we go, and then everything fell apart. We planned to split the party. We planned for Hunter and Anwar to go inside and like speak to these people and you know try to get them to understand what exactly they were doing. But when we got there, we super realized also that we already knew, but they were using ogres for labor, unwilling labor, so it was slavery, and that's bad.
Is there a shorter way to say that?
Unwilling labor.
They had jobs against their consent. I don't know if there's another way to
They
say that.
didn't want that. And so that happened. And it went from us like trying to talk to the Team Audra. We were trying to like talk to them and see if they were willing to get the fuck out, and they were like, I guess. And then like Hunter and Anwar were like, hey, yeah, we totally made it into this super dope party and everybody's drunk. Who do we talk to about this? And I'm pretty sure that the manager was out of town or something. Either way, Team Audra was like, hey guys, maybe start a fire as a distraction so we can get these guys out of here. And then Anwar
Hold on,
took
was the
ball.
fire my suggestion?
No, I
I
just
don't-
said Team
No,
Audra.
I thought it was
Okay,
Reigns.
okay.
No,
I was
like,
like,
it was-
hold on, don't you
just
pin
said
this
you-
arson
no,
on me.
No, Sorry, it was more or less. It was either Artem and Sydney, or it was Sydney and Rain.
There was the face team and there was the sneaky team.
Sneaky team.
Sid, I like that in
was
both
like,
of those. It's still you. Like, you put none of this on Kamira. You're like, no, Sydney was all about fire.
Yes, but we were like, sneaky team was like, maybe start a fire and to like distract him, and then Anwar took that ball and he just fucking sprinted for it. And he went and started a grease fire. And for some reason, Hunter decided to lock a bunch of people in the building that was on fire. And then we were fleeing towards the boat and trying to get the ogres free. And Audra, like, just totally just chopped somebody's fucking foot off and was like, that's your problem, bitch. Get out of here.
You're welcome. Now
You're
fuck
welcome
off.
for that. Get out.
It was a very what would you call it? The chaotic. That was the chaotic good move. It was like, I will free you from these chains, but in not a good way.
Chaotic good.
I don't know
Are you
what
sure
balance of good is
chaotic?
there.
Chaotic neutral, maybe.
Just chaotic.
I think
Alright.
the kicker
It
is
was
I think
chaotic. Chaotic.
Richard was like, "You want to heal him?" And you were like,
Good.
"No."
What? No. I fully
not
intended.
Who?
I fully intended to do what I could, but they hobbled off on their turn before it came back around to Audra. So we were like, okay, I guess we're out of there.
I
But
would
also,
too.
what do
I
I
don't
do?
blame them.
I can't use mending on a limb. Like, I don't know what to do.
It was all real fucky. Everything's.
I
Either
would have,
way.
like, at best, I could have, like, torn off robes and done, like, a medicine check to been like, to like just kind of stick it there like you try to save a tooth and be
I
like,
mean,
good
if
luck
I
finding
was
a
the
real.
ogre in question, I feel like I probably would have lashed out a little bit. But I mean, he ran away. It's fine.
Yeah, well,
Everything's cool.
ran is a strong word, but yes.
Aw.
Hobble, if you will. But so with the fire, like eating up that building because it's a grease fire and they can't just put it out. Team Face decided that they were gonna steal a boat, and none of us know how to steal a boat. But they got on the boat and they started stealing it, and
And
we were
also
like,
the communication expert was not with us, so trying to communicate that was not great.
I
And so
mean,
we sent up a firework to subtly
yeah,
say,
flare.
"Hey, come to the boat." To
Yes.
which
we did.
everyone got the hint.
Yeah, everybody got the hint, but we got there, and then
Yeah.
Now
by the
China
end of
knows
it-
you're here.
Everyone.
Oh.
by the end of it, though, everybody's on the boat. We're drifting. I don't know if we're piloting it necessarily.
Can
I
I-
think we're just on a ride.
Can I say, as the boat pushed off, yes, that ogre lost a foot, but that one dude on the dock met a far worse fate when he was standing in the grease that Audra then set ablaze, and he just...
Well, he was an enemy.
Oh boy.
He was supposed
He
to
was,
suffer a worse
but
fate.
that's still like, oh, what a terrible fate. Just... oh.
Anyway, all of that to say, never split the party. Always
Sometimes
make sure
split the
everybody's
party.
on the same fucking page before you start going through your freaking
Yeah,
plans.
yeah, it's worth noting that taking the boat was like never a clear part of the end game plan.
I mean,
Like,
super
you're just
to
like,
be
and
fair,
we're doing
and
this now.
to be super fair, I don't think any of us were on the same page when we got
No.
that plan going into action. I don't
feel
think
like we
any
can
of us
check the tape,
understood what was
and there was
going on.
mention of we need a boat. I feel like if we
Yes,
checked
there
the
were
tape,
no,
gun to my
no,
head.
there was. I'm not disagreeing with you. There was a lot that was mentioned. From the DM's perspective, there was no consensus on what the plan was
We
when
didn't
you
even
guys
know what
started
the plan
going
was.
for it.
All right.
Yeah.
Which,
But we
sorry.
left on the boat. Luke Hillis stayed behind and he ran off into the woods like a thief in the night. And we are maybe in trouble, but everybody's safe.
That is pretty much it. Yeah, you guys were able to get off as or get away as a number of the security team, the security clan of the dwarves, were firing off crossbow bolts at you. And so we're going to pick up about a minute after you've gotten out of range of the crossbow bolts. And at this point, you can't really see them anymore. You guys have made it, but you know that if you stay on this boat for much longer, you're eventually going to get towards the city proper of Waterwheel.
I feel like
So
there was like
what
a
you guys wanna
moment.
do?
I feel like there was like a moment of RP after we touched off last time.
Well, I feel like we have a good
A
fade
very
in
brief
here.
one.
About just like a whoa boy, that was
I think
Yeah, there-
we have a good fade in. It's we fade up and Hunter says, so then good meeting. I think as we said, next time we'll formulate the plan a little better. But we've recognized our oopsies. Oh, who's steering this thing? Shit.
Probably Rain.
that was-
Rain was the one
Yeah.
Oh.
who took the wheel.
That would be Rain, who we've not gotten a picture yet of her with her new dress that she got from Inger. So I just wanted to do that for you guys real quick. Yeah.
Orange.
Very orange.
Yep. All right. Well,
Thanks.
that's what was in the closet. Alrighty. So, yeah, you guys are all on. Rain is currently steering. Artem, is there anything more you want to say? I think you had some ideas as far as how exactly she was steering the ship.
Yeah, so I think like in conjunction with actually, pulling on the wheel, she's going to be using shape water every now and then to just like adjust and correct because she doesn't actually know how to steer a boat. But she knows how to control water, or at least a little bit of it. She will look at everybody and say, so should we possibly ditch this and send it up the river then?
Yeah, I
Well,
think that's probably good. Sorry.
if we send it up the river, it's going to hit the chain barrier that's in Waterwheel, if it even makes it there.
Or in the
So-
other direction?
I think the other direction might be Yeah, might be better. We're not ramming that barricade anytime soon.
All I know is we can't keep the boat for long. They will start looking for it.
Yeah. Let's... Rain, can you get us to the other side? And then we'll figure out where to send it.
Okay. And she's gonna pilot it to the other side.
Looking over at the other side, it seems like pretty much from miles on end right now, at least, as far as the eye can see in this, dark climate, or in this it's dark. It looks like pretty much everything is farmland. You just see banks that lead to fields, and we're already past harvest season, so it's just like a lot of kind of empty-ish fields for the most part, with maybe some cabins out in the distance.
I do think she's gonna aim the boat towards just literally the field, and like she's not gonna like crash it in or anything, but get us close enough that we can even just like drop into the water and get up on shore from there.
Richard, we checked. We checked like what was below deck and everything last time, right? But I don't recall what we found.
I said that we would get back to that. So yeah, while she's kind of finding a good spot to do that, at least Audra, was anybody else looking in the cabins or in the captain's area? Okay. So go ahead and make some investigation checks for me. Oh, also, I need everyone to roll me a D100, please.
Everyone?
Everyone.
Okay.
Damn.
Whoa, Hunter!
Damn! We got some good rolls coming in.
I guess I
Well.
had mentioned checking more of the hold area, but I guess specifically I'm kind of keeping an eye out for any smugglers' holes or anything.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll look for whatever I can find.
Damn, 234s. What are the odds?
Jinx said.
100 times 100.
In other news, Sid and I have new PCs we wrote up just in case.
That would have been a good idea.
I do have a character and he talks.
Oh.
Oh,
Sid's internet did not like that voice.
talks like what?
Rock.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it looks like Artem's frozen too.
Artem, I think, stepped away to, like he said, he might have to.
I was just joking.
Oh.
Did you say perception or investigation? My bad.
Investigation. If you're like actively looking for little nooks and crannies and stuff.
Gotcha.
Alright, that's pretty good.
I'll go ahead and blow my inspiration.
I was waiting for people to come back because this is something I think they'll want to see.
Yeah, I'm going to, I'm just on, just the plain Roll20 page for the moment since, people are having internet difficulties.
I could actually use some water, so I will take this moment.
Alright.
Fill the time!
Quickly, Richard, while they're gone, what did we find?
That was weird.
Is it a luck blade?
That was weird.
All right, cool. Sid, I was saying the internet did not like whatever that voice was.
I will not know what you found until I get Artem's D100.
Okay. No, Sid, it was literally like, it's got a voice where? And then you just froze. I was like, oh, well, it didn't like that.
That's fine.
I wanted to randomly generate what kind of luck you would run into as far as what you may find.
I was watching...
There's a number of things that could have been on this ship at any given time, so we'll see.
Gotcha.
What...
I was, I don't remember if I was watching or listening to something recently, Sid, but some, like, cast member did, like, that same, like, Ash Ketchum voice that you did. And I was, like, instantly reminded of that, what was his name, Jackery? The drug from the drug campaign.
Good old Jackery.
I liked him.
That was a fun one.
That voice absolutely destroys my throat, though.
I guess on the this is inside or behind the scenes stuff, but I guess speaking of one shots, we'll figure out what we're gonna do next week, offline amongst ourselves.
What's happening next week?
Everything.
I am not gonna. I'm not going to be available next week.
Oh. Gotcha.
I've got a thing. I've got a thing that I was not sure if I would need to do or not. It looks like I need to do
Okay.
it. So.
We'll figure out what we're going to do, or perhaps stream. We'll take a break. Who knows? Since we don't really take many of those. What were you saying? We've done like maybe 10 to 12 in almost 5 years.
Yeah, I think about 12 to 14 in the last 5 years.
Yeah.
I know there were some things that every once in a while we did something and didn't stream, so we didn't do a break then. So I think it was 14 total weeks we didn't stream, but there's at least 2 of those that we did play.
Gotcha.
So yeah, you're talking 10 to 12.
Well, Artem may be another moment if you want to
Okay.
resume with us below decks.
Well, does somebody else want to just roll a D100 real quick then?
Did he not? I guess, yeah, he didn't roll
No,
one.
he never did.
Did you do
I
one?
got it.
Oh, right, we tied. You did do one.
Oh, good. Oh, no.
Did you think it was 82 at first?
For a second, yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Oh, good. We found a Tarask pit.
Hey Artem, do you want to roll a D100 real quick? I'll give
What?
you guys
Me?
some pity and hope. Yeah, I'll give you guys some pity and hopefully.
It's got to beat a
you'll roll
28.
higher than a 28.
What happened? Oh no.
It's
Yeah.
better than a 20.
We got some real mid-30s grouping going on here, guys.
That
Technically beat a
actually-
28.
That actually will make a difference. Okay. So let me just look at this real
What am
quick.
I rolling for?
As far as things that you find down there, you find a pouch of what looks like powdered diamond. And you also find a so basically you go down, there's a captain's quarters area, and in there you see a little chest, and within that chest you know, it does have a lock on it, but I just assume that if Hunter's down there he can pick the lock. It's not a difficult lock. And open inside you find a few items, one of which is the pouch of powdered diamond. You also find a ruby, and you also find, let me just make sure, okay, you also find a pouch of gold dust as well. So you find powdered diamond, gold dust, and a ruby. And you find a little black book. And in that black book, you can kind of flip through and you see there's tons of names and numbers that are crossed out until you kind of flip through to the most recently written page. And I shall show you what is written on that, the most recent page now. Do you want to look at that now, or do you want to like save it for time later after you get off the boat?
I'll be looking with Hunter, so I'll flip through it.
Hmm.
I muted.
Nope.
I heard you.
You're good.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you guys just kind of like pass it around, or kind of like looking over each other's shoulders, trying to figure out what this is.
Richard, can we do like a history check or something? See if we recognize names on here. I recognize one name there, Ravidia, but
Ravadia.
Ravadia,
Kevin
yeah.
Bacon is also a recognizable name, I feel.
Indeed. Kevin Bacon has a number of 1 from D&D now, thanks to us. Yeah, Richard, can we do like a history check maybe for the other names?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, I see. You gave us the page.
I
Little-
gave. Yeah, I gave. Yeah. Do you see it in the
Yeah.
handout?
There's a 19 history.
Okay.
I mean, if there's nothing we
Yeah,
would know, it's
I-
fine,
I-
but I just thought it might be.
Yeah, you know Bruno Bronzebender. He's a smith on Smith Row. You've seen him
Okay.
around.
I will say as much then as we're passing it around. Just this this Bruno, he's a smith near my old shop. Anwar, it's possible you may have crossed paths with him now and again too. And our fellow member of the Resistance, right? She's in it, right?
Yep.
Ravadia is listed here as well. I don't know the other names, but
Audra should remember her.
is she the one that knocked me out?
Yeah, she's the one that knocked you out. Yeah.
Do I know this Nimbus Stormborn person?
Really unlikely. I'd say probably not.
Okay, probably an Aaron Genasi. Based
That
on
would
the
be a
name.
good guess.
Pretty sure I went to high school with Jenny Stillwater. She won Most Likely to Succeed.
It seems this is a ledger of debt that these people were collecting from them. Maybe they loaned them gold.
Richard, did what was his name? Luke, the orc we just fought with. Did he say what the name of this dwarf clan was at the camp?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think
Would that have been something that Face Team would have gathered during our party night? Because it seems possible.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I listed off some names before. It's not any of the names that are on
Okay.
here.
Yeah, that's why I was asking. Like, is it like,
Okay.
does Ravadia happen to be from the same clan or something? Okay.
No, it doesn't seem like it.
I wonder.
This book here.
Oh, I was also gonna say you also just happen to find like a bunch of loose change kind of around the captain's quarters. It totals about 5 gold.
Ooh, a penny. Ooh, a penny.
Basically, ooh, a copper. Ooh,
So,
some silver.
so 1 gold each for us.
Yep. but the things that you found in the thing are worth
Oh yeah.
quite
oh
a
yeah.
bit if you ever want to get them appraised.
Here's a question. This is like a general, because I D&D question. Obviously, there's some spells that consume, a gem of sorts. Does it specify like it's got to be the gem, or like, for example, if a spell uses a diamond, does diamond dust qualify, or is gem dust a different spell component?
Diamond dust is different than a diamond.
Okay.
Because some things will need like the integrity of the diamond. It needs like the whole thing intact, as opposed to diamond dust, which I think is more common and used for more spells.
Gotcha.
I will say gold dust is actually something for a spell that Rain can use.
And a wrestler. That's for Andrew.
Well, it's not too long after this that, and any more thinking you want to do on the subject might have to wait, because you're running out of time before Rain's gotta park this ship over.
Do we feel it like pop the curb while we're below deck?
Yeah, probably. You're just like, wait, I think I don't. Just like you hit the.
Well, she's gonna
Hit the
turn
bank.
before she hits the bank. She's not gonna beach the ship.
Well, not on purpose.
All right, I didn't know.
Her plan was to get sideways to the bank and basically point it up the river towards the mine.
Okay, give me I will accept either an intelligence or a dexterity roll, without proficiency, whichever you want to use, either intelligence or dexterity, to see how effectively you do that. Yeah, you don't just like, hit the bank. It's a little rough, as it doesn't go as smoothly as you wanted, but you did the job, doing what you wanted it to do. Alrighty. So with that, what do you guys do? The boat is maybe not stopped, but close to stopped. I think you guys had talked about making an anchor, but if you're just ditching the ship, maybe it's not worth it.
Well, we did find some good stuff down there, but what's the move? Anwar, you've been to this water wheel place, yeah? What's the best way in?
Well, I'm guessing there's a transition and we're all above deck, back together again.
Sure.
So, can Anwar use minor illusion to give a rust estimation of what water wheel looks like?
Sure.
Based on his memory?
Yep, you can go ahead and do that.
So kind of like a little hologram illusion. His armor is going to kind of cast an illusion onto the deck of the boat. It's like, so here we have water wheel. I'm pretty sure scale might be off slightly, but we know that it's a hotbed for Imperial activity. That it is surrounded by a large wall similar to Stem Garden, and it's a major hub for trade. So there are a lot of people that go in and out of the city, checking goods, trading goods, everything like that. It was one of the reasons why my father and my family went down here, is because we have loose trade ties down here trying to sell our wares, and I guess it was one of the places he was looking at moving to if Stem Garden didn't work out.
Is this chain going to give us problems, seeing as we're in a boat?
Yeah, so the chain can only be let down by the guards on each side. You know, obviously Empire controlled. As long as it's up, no boat gets through or past. So it goes all the way to the bottom, I assume, like a net chain. And yeah, so there's no sailing around this. If it were, how strong is the chain? It's strong enough to withhold ships from crashing through, right?
Yeah, that's what it's made for. Yeah.
So quite
I
durable.
imagine if you barreled a ship into it, it would break the chain, but also would break the boat.
Right. That's kind of the idea.
The real problem is if anyone tried to ram it, it would stop the boat, and everyone on board would likely be taken or killed, which is obviously not good for us.
Literally made to prevent invasion and piracy.
I know this doesn't help us get into the city, but is there anything that stops us from, kind of sticking it to the Empire by sending the boat without us aboard into the chain?
Well, besides just losing a boat and alerting the entire city to our presence, I think it actually would be better suited if we sent it downriver. They'll be scouring the river looking for said lost boat, but they'll know that it can't get out because of this chain here. It's a chokehold.
Well,
Very strategic.
technically, you guys are going downriver right now. Like this.
Yeah. And this is the only way up and out through the mouth, right?
Yeah, if you were trying to get out of like everything and like get to the ocean, you would have to go through the chain. You're on the left side of this map right now. You'd have to go to the right to Stem Garden.
So it must be the most. How long is the chain?
Pretty long.
It looks like about 200 feet from the thing on the bottom.
I think our best bet is to, if we can turn around the boat and send it downriver, further inland. When they do find it, eventually, they can search in that area and will be nowhere to be found.
So
And
we
that
send
might
it.
give us an edge.
So we send it the opposite direction, just to not have any ties to where we actually are.
Correct.
I see.
Additionally, if we were to abandon the boat and send it off, the Empire would perhaps just think it was hoodlums or environmentalists of some sort, rather than an attack on Waterwheel, which would put them quite on edge, and they would possibly calm down after a little while.
If anything, my hope is that their search parties would take us further east as opposed to where we are currently.
So we know what we're doing with the boat.
Well,
What do we do
I
about
will say
us?
with the boat, like the water's carrying you downstream and the wind is kind of pushing you downstream. I don't know exactly how you turn it around the other direction. It's not like it has a power source or anything.
You keep saying downstream, and I feel like it changes. Let's go to the main map so you can draw which way.
Or
the wind
yeah,
is.
can you just draw arrows when you say that? Because I think I'm turned around too.
So
Okay,
downstream would be going out towards the ocean. So
Right. This is the mountain.
This
and
way
the
is
water flows
downstream.
down from the mountain. So, like technically, it's going north. It's like the Nile River. It's going north, but downstream is heading north.
So back to the water wheel map. Downstream is from the left to the right.
Correct.
Got
The
it.
map is flipped there.
Okay.
Yeah. I flipped the map upside down for
Got it, got it,
water
got
wheel
it.
just 'cause that's
Yeah.
So this is the flow.
Downstream is this one.
This is the flow.
there's a compass over here.
Got it. Okay.
But ships don't have to go the direction of the wind. They have gone into wind before.
But it's also downriver, so the water and the wind are flowing. So unless there's something like hauling it the other way, we're not going to be able to. Those are two forces at work pulling us towards the ocean.
Is it worth just abandoning the ship here, or is that too close to town? That will still raise suspicion.
How close are we to town?
I'd say you're probably about a mile or two out. Let's call it 2 miles out.
If perhaps we set a rendezvous point, I could take the boat. Quite. I'm assuming that shape water won't let me push the boat. That doesn't. Yeah.
Now, generally, when you've got other forces at play, you sometimes need a group of people to row, even on.
Does anything
So
stop
do people
us?
row this boat to get it up to where the place was where it got there? It's like it got up here somehow.
Yeah. They had a whole crew of dwarves.
Like rowing it like a Viking boat?
Yeah.
Oh,
Like if you were to
I
look
was
down below, you'd see all sorts of holes out for
Yeah.
oars and stuff.
I was picturing a boat like the Mayflower.
I
It's
don't think it's
not
quite big enough
quite,
for that.
not, yeah, it's not quite that boat.
Now-
it's a mid-sized boat, but yeah.
Let me just put this out there. If the boat isn't staying with us anyway, and it may be a problem to have it this close to water wheel when we leave it behind, we've already burned one thing tonight. Why don't we just get rid of this boat in the same way?
It'll draw every guard around here in this location.
Well, should we just scuttle it then? Punch some holes in the bottom and let it flood?
I think perhaps at the very least, we let it go downstream and beach itself on the other side of the river, which would throw them off as to where people would have gotten off of this boat.
I
Not
can
quite
live with that.
the chain, but
I think that's better than you've already said many signals that something violent this way comes. Let's try and
One
measure
question:
it.
how do we get the boat to do that if we're leaving it behind?
well, I can leave a little magical servant on board.
Oh, interesting. Well,
Does everyone have their things?
yeah, we got the stuff from below deck, so I feel like we've gotten all we're gonna get. Although once we step off of here, I could definitely use a little bit of a rest before we move on.
Yeah, I'm feeling a little beat up.
It has been a very long day for you guys. Like when you woke up, you had not done the hunter ritual yet.
We'll need to find somewhere safe to camp. Somewhere well off the beaten path. Hopefully with some amount of cover.
And if we could, somehow mask our tracks coming off of the boat.
Yeah. As long as we can brush it. I can also set up some fake camps. Little distractions. Tread heavy through one area and then soft back to, some false trails.
Anwar, the wand we got from Arantis. If we use that, we won't leave footprints, right?
I believe so, and it should have 1 or 2 charges left. After that, it will need a few days to get back to full strength.
Well, I'm ready to head ashore.
Okay. Rain's gonna take 11 or 10 minutes plus 1 action to cast Unseen Servant. And she's
Okay.
gonna give it the simple command of if the boat goes left, turn the wheel right. And if the boat goes right, turn the wheel left because it can't understand the line. And she's basically just gonna like set it up so that the servant could take hold of the wheel, so that it's basically pointing diagonally back across the river downstream. So it's
Okay,
gonna hit the other side, but it will be on the other side of the river.
Is there any limit to how far the unseen servant can be from you before it just kind of dissipates?
Oh, I have no idea.
Because I imagine you couldn't have an unseen servant like deliver mail for you. There's got to be some limit to it.
Oh my God, it's only 60 feet. All right, well.
Yeah,
Oh, really?
That makes more sense.
No, I really thought the point of it was that it could just go do something.
I mean, not indefinitely.
Well, right,
Yeah.
but until like
Well,
the
yeah,
duration,
but it has a
like
duration.
duration, you know?
Yeah, I
mean,
didn't realize that.
You can at least get the boat started in a direction.
It's
and then
true.
from
Yeah,
there,
she'll do that. She'll get it started, and the unseen servant will at least keep it so that it. You know what? Still good because then it keeps the boat from just going right back into the river on our side. At the very least, this will set it out 60 feet into the water, and it won't be drawn back to our side of the bank.
It's funny that it literally says 1 action plus 10 minutes for casting time. I thought you were like doing a ritual. I didn't realize it. Literally.
That is a ritual.
Oh, okay.
All right.
It's just funny that it's literally written like that.
Just
So
to
you
make it a
kind
little
of
more confusing-
launch it off, and I just rolled a d8 to see what direction it ends up going in, and it rolled a nat 8, so it went just the way you wanted it to, and it seems like it keeps on going that way. So
Cool.
yep. So like, hey, that something worked.
I think
I was fully ready for it to go what right back into our. It's like, well, fuck me, I guess.
I think just to
Back
make it a
to the
little
fire
more
plan.
confusing, I think I want to drop that direwolf necklace, like, as if, just stray, as if it had, like, fallen off someone's person. To see if maybe that...
Where did you get a direwolf necklace? It sounds familiar.
Direwolf necklace, that
Is
was...
that from is that from the goblin horde you got like a long time ago or something?
I believe it was from the giant, where that was where the
Oh yeah. You're right.
the bracer came from.
Yep. All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You drop it there.
Oh,
So
that kind of
given
makes it seem like it's the ogre sympathizers.
Alrighty. So you drop that there. You get some false evidence going, and you find yourselves kind of near some big empty harvested fields.
Oh yeah.
How far until there's any like cover around us? Because we probably don't want to.
Looking around, like every once in a while, you can see like an isolated tree that's up and has a little bit of a canopy and things like that. And kind of off in the distance, you can see that there are some cabins. They're kind of spread, acres apart. But the cabin that is closest to you, some of you have enough of a passive perception that you would see this, that it seems that there is a light on in the cabin. Even this late at night. I mean, it's like 3 a.m. at this point, and there seems to be you can see a flicker of fire coming from inside of a window.
Now, do we want to go ahead and use that the pass without a trace before we get onto the beach, or as we're on the beach?
Before.
Yeah. The second we get on the beach.
Hell yeah.
So you guys are able to go through and not make any footprints unless Hunter wants to veer off and make some false footprints or whatever. And yeah, where do you guys want to try to make some camp?
Is there a barn on this farm?
There is. There are 2 barns. Perpendicular to each other, and just adjacent to each other. Seems like there is a cabin and 2 barns.
Perhaps one of the barns where animals that are less likely to make noise are.
All right.
You sure about
All
this?
We'll just have to make sure we take extra careful watch.
Right.
Well, better than the middle of a field where everybody can see you.
Yeah, just I guess that's what we have. That's what we have.
All right.
Should-
So, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say we should leave a tip before we go.
I was thinking the same thing.
All right. So you head over towards the barns, and you see that there's a red one and a gray one, and the red one is filled with yaks. If you were to just peer in, and the gray one, you look over, and it's basically filled with various farming equipment and like hay, stuff like that. Doesn't seem to be any life in there other than maybe some like a rat or something scurrying along.
Do the yaks freak out if they see us?
Well, so far you guys have been casting Pass Without Trace, so I assume that you guys are very kind of sneakily going through and so far not alerting anything.
They're pretty chill, right? They're not like, you know.
Hunter would know,
Yeah,
right?
no, they're
Hunter would probably.
Hunter
know, yeah.
would know. Yeah, Hunter would know. Generally, yaks are pretty chill unless you're provoking them. They can just like they're kind of herd animals, and they'll just kind of pack together and just kind of doze off together at night. But if you spook one, you will spook all of them instantly.
Richard,
Also, there's the issue of if you sleep with tools, you're fine. If you sleep with yaks, you're gonna smell yak ass all night. So there's kind of a pick your poison there.
Richard, do either of these barns have like a loft to them? Where like, let's say they come in the morning to like let the yaks out. They could do that, but still wouldn't spot us because we'd be up top.
I would say that both have lofts in them. The one with the hay is more like a big open area in the center, but all around the side there is like a loft with a railing that kind of goes all around the perimeter. And there's just more hay up there as well. And then the red barn, yeah, it looks like you get the sense that there's like a whole kind of attic area to the whole thing that has who knows what up above.
Oh, that
Yeah.
one for sure.
I think that's our spot.
Yeah.
Because the last one
Alright,
we
so you
need
go-
is the farmer who gets up in an hour.
Yeah.
Could I use animal handling to keep the yaks calm while everyone gets situated?
Yeah, with all of your yak experience, sure.
Could I assist him on that?
Not needed.
Okay, cool. Dope.
Yeah, you are good. You are the yak whisperer. You have been around so many yaks in your life. You know exactly how to like treat them, keep them calm. At first, they kind of look over like, "Oh, what are you doing here?" But then they all just kind of. I imagine that a roll that high would include some kind of like treat that you put out. So it's just like whichever one's kind of the alpha of the group is kind of like, okay, you're cool.
He walks in and says, "Come on, guys, just real yaks."
I got a real knack for yak.
So yeah, you also managed to distract them enough that while other people are kind of like climbing up, it's kind of like once you enter, there's a bunch of stalls, but there's also like a little ladder, a little old wooden ladder that will take you right up into what is up overneath, where you just see a bunch of other farm equipment, extra like stakes for fencing, just like a whole bunch of random shit that's just in there. But there is enough space to kind of walk around gently, and because it's Pass Without Trace, I don't think you make any footsteps above them, so I think it's pretty chill.
Cool.
Alright.
Otter doesn't care which shift she takes as far as watch, but she would like to take watch with Rain.
Okay.
Hunter will cuddle up and get situated. Not on Lar.
I think
Not
Rin-
Audra. Not Rain. Not Chimera.
Good
Not
night, John
Yak.
boys.
Good night, Hunter.
Good night, Farmer Dan. Good night, Ghosts. Ghost!
It's a wide shot of the barn. Good night, Rain. Good night, and then you hear a bucket hit someone's head. Ow!
Dang it!
I think Rain will
alrighty.
actually end up taking the first watch because she's actually pretty not tired.
Okay.
You are technically
Alright,
half elf.
so- all right, so we'll have Hunter and Kamira and Anwar getting some rest. Kamira and Anwar, is there anything you wanted to RP before you head into Sleepy Bye?
You
I'll take
look
that
at
as a no.
you look at Anwar, and he has this like faraway stare that he still has like the fire kind of caked into his retinas. He's like, "I'm gonna go stare at the wall while I try and fall asleep."
What about Kamira? Does she have anything with her sleeping this evening?
So before he goes, like, she wants to say something, and it's very clear that she does. Like, she kind of flounders for a moment, but also, what do you say to a young man that just, like, set a building on fire, then had somebody lock the doors to, like, murder people, and, like, maybe you did? Like, what do you say? So she just very quietly bids him good night. Because what can be said. And then yeah, no, she does. She kind of sets up a spot to sleep, and instead of just committing to sleep right away, she's going to take, like, the process of going to sleep and doing so. She's very carefully taking deep, controlled, slow breaths, and maintaining that going into rest, like, kind of with a focus.
So with that, the three of them are going to drift off into sleep all in their own way. Rain and Audra, why don't you go and each roll me perception checks, and then any RP you'd like to do, we can get into that.
Okay.
Wow. Oh no.
Guys, you both
Snake
have
eyes.
you both have inspiration.
I'm not using. I'm gonna say I'm just for like RP's sake. They're both exhausted, so at least Audra is not using that inspiration point now. That just I'm taking it.
Yeah, I'm not using it either. It's just
Oh, it's that cute
Oh, just-
moment where like
wow.
they were supposed to wake us up for the guard shift, but like it just pans up, fades in like morning. Everyone like they're like passed out, leaning against each other, and everyone's still curled up in their sleeping bags.
Okay.
I'm honestly fine with that outcome. If Nat 1 means we both just pass out and there is really like half a watch and that's it, I'm fine with that.
Just a barn cat batting at one of our faces.
I will say there is one thing Rain is gonna talk to Audra about.
Yeah, I did have things to actually say, but like for when, like I'm fine if after that, if it's just like, all right, we should really wake up
like-
the. You can go first, Artem.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think actually the reason why she's not perceptive at all right now, she's actually like super like worried looking, and she'll end up taking her shield off of her back and like putting it in front of her. She's gonna look at Audra. You're a blacksmith, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think perhaps walking into Waterwheel with this shield might be a bad idea. And she sort of like shines it a little bit in the light, and it still has the Empire emblem on the front of it because that's just the standard issue shield.
I take it you'd like me to make some alterations.
Is there something you can do? I don't know what tools you would need or anything like that. I mean, it is a good shield, but it certainly will turn heads.
I carry basic smithing tools with me. I could take care of this.
I would very much appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. Richard, would this be like, I'm not sure. I mean, I know she could just do it, but how long do you think that would take to do?
I mean, if you want to, it's basically just a repaint job, right?
Yeah.
Well, I always imagined that the emblem on the front was like an actual like metal thing, and she would have to like
It was
hammer it
actually
out.
like
But
that.
I was gonna
I
say,
don't know.
describe how you quietly use blacksmith tools in the
Well,
middle.
I'm not
of
right
Oh no, I'm not.
now.
I'm not
I
doing
meant
it
more,
right
like, in the
now.
morning.
But I wanted to give her an estimate on how long it would take.
No,
I
you
mean,
don't fuck
you could
that. I believe
probably-
in you. I believe in you.
You could probably do it over the course of a short rest
Yeah.
at some point. It would create noise.
Yeah. Well, I certainly can't do it here, because I would need to hammer that out. But you know, if we
course.
take a pause to rest again, as we do sometimes before we go into the city, I could do that for you. You know, I had
Okay.
the opportunity to actually sabotage some Empire gear, but I passed on it.
What do you mean by sabotage?
Well, you know, things can go wrong with armor. A joint doesn't really flex properly, or a piece that should be secure isn't really secure, or perhaps a blade doesn't hold onto the pommel as firmly as you'd like. There are things that can be done.
I suppose, though. I don't know. I feel like after tonight, well, I guess I'll just come out and say it. It worries me how violent all of that seems. Now, I understand when people are shooting at you, you don't really have much of a choice. But perhaps we maybe could dial back how violent we are?
Well, if I'm being honest with you, Rain, I don't really bat an eye when it comes to some of that violence. I mean, that's just me. I don't think the others take to it quite as much. I mean, Chimera's an incredible fighter, so I know she doesn't shy away from it, but that's not the same as seeking it out. And I know Anwar and Hunt are more about finding more peaceful solutions when necessary. So when it comes to violence, I don't know, perhaps I'm the only one who is that inclined. But if your worry is that things will go as, to be frank, poorly as it did back there, I want to say that things like that are a fluke. You know, we've had much more well-executed plans before this.
I'm more worried about the morality of it. I left the Empire because I didn't agree with their methods. And I worry that if we use the same ones, what makes us any different?
Well, again, if we're being honest, revenge is why I'm here. The Empire, and you are not guilty by association. I know that, of course. But the Empire is why my sister is no longer here. The Empire... Do we confirm that the campground was an inside job, or is that still our just suspicion? Richard?
Which
I think it
campground
was
you talking
just
about?
suspicion.
When the
The-
fairgrounds blew up in STEM Garden, that's just our suspicion that
Uh,
it was propaganda, right? We didn't confirm that.
No confirming
Okay.
on that now, just suspicion.
The Empire is why my sister's no longer around, and I suspect that the Empire is also why my father is no longer around. I was already on a bit of a warpath when Aura was gone, and now that my dad is gone too, I do want to see things burn down. Now, that doesn't mean everything, but when it comes to the Empire and its reach, I do want to see it come down. And, you know, if you're going to be traveling with us, it's only fair that you know what is motivating us. And I cannot speak for anyone else but myself, but that's why I'm here. I want to know who did these things to my family, and I want to see justice brought to them. And I'm not going to force the others to do anything they don't want to do, but I'm fully prepared to accept that that might necessitate some violence.
I'm not naive. I know if we were up against the wall, I would fight just like all of you.
Sure.
I just think we should try. I know you're motivated by revenge, as you say. I just wonder if that's just to make you feel better or to actually change things.
Bit of both. I hope it makes me feel better, and I hope it can be a part of changing things. If I was purely motivated by the revenge, I maybe wouldn't have joined the resistance in the first place. But now I'm here, and so, I want to make a bigger difference, but along the way I certainly hope to find those responsible to what happened to my family.
Speaking of making a difference, do you all have a plan of what you're going to do as part of this resistance?
Well, we kind of receive orders as opposed to formulating our own strategies.
You receive them from who?
The resistance.
So it is organized more than just Anwar leading it, as they said.
Anwar is a very skilled worker. He's a very smart individual. And he's a very strong individual. Stronger than I think even he thinks. But, no, he's no kingpin.
Clearly I can tell. But we can start a fire.
Yeah.
Well, are there resistance members in Waterwheel that can perhaps help us when we arrive? I worry that we are walking into, well, a resistance-controlled town with no friends.
I don't know.
Well, should probably find out.
Not something I can answer, unfortunately.
All right. So it seems like it kind of like fizzles out into a into awkward silence for a bit. As like, are there any resistance? I don't know.
I legit don't. So.
Yep. No. Audra wouldn't. We're going to cut over to one of our three dreamers. I am going to roll a d6 on screen. A 1 or 2 will be we're going to cut to Anwar. A 3 or 4 will be we'll cut to Hunter. And a 5 or 6 will be we cut to Chimera. Cutting to Chimera it is.
I'm fine.
So, Chimera,
Yes.
you said that you were using your, being very purposeful with your breaths as you were starting to enter sleep. Would you like to continue on what you were doing?
I'm going to do my best to maybe make myself try to get a lucid dream. And by doing that, it's keeping tabs of my breath, keeping awareness kind of present as she falls asleep.
Okay. So you do that and you start to kind of go into sleep, and at some point you get into this place that is somewhere between dreaming and awakeness. And you kind of go into darkness and you just focus on the breath. and you can almost feel like this tunnel vision, like you're traveling. And when you open your eyes, you come to see that you're in the comfiest chair of Inger's living room. Her autobiography is sitting in your lap. A quick look around reveals that you're wearing a purple night tunic with matching pajama pants, and your longsword is resting atop a fireplace mantle. Your shield is resting against the wall beside it, along with your boots and armor tucked neatly next to the fire, which gently crackles and flickers in the dark. The house looks nice and shows a general sign of upkeep that took place over the course of more than just a single day. A familiar old woman's snore can be heard from Inger's chambers, interrupting what is otherwise a peaceful and quiet night in the woods. Crickets chirp softly in the distance. You hear a yawn from a nearby love seat, which your son Jeff has made into his bed. A finished bowl of what was surely kettle corn lays within arm's reach on the wooden floor. What do you do?
I close the book over my thumb and I stand up and just make sure that my son is tucked in, but mostly I just very briefly want to look at his face. Tuck his hair back. Just look at him for just a moment.
He looks very peaceful, completely at rest. And you start when you touch his, you kind of like put his hair back and you look at him, you start to get a sense of memories that you don't think are right. Like you didn't have those memories, but suddenly you're getting these memories enter your mind of him just being kind of a brat, just like really hard to deal with some days, which you've experienced before in your own life, but these are new memories that you don't recognize. And they just kind of flash to you for a second, almost like if you had experienced a smell you haven't smelled in over 10 years, you just suddenly brought back. Just seeing his face brings you back to these things, but you don't recognize these memories. But then there they are.
She takes a moment to kind of digest that, just these weird kind of flashes of recognizing that how often maybe they butt heads or they bicker or they argue, and then kind of frowning a little bit, she'll lean forward and she'll kiss his forehead, and then she turns from him, and with the book still in her hand, I want to find a quill and some ink.
Yeah, easily able to be found. Not too far away. There is it looks like a desk you recognize from her study is actually in the living room, kind of pushed off to a wall, and it seems like her study is now just like a corner of the living room. And so yeah, you go over, and then there's definitely some quill and some ink.
Okay. I should have thought of maybe what I wanted to say if I got to this point. Just really quickly, and if I can find like a blank page, because for some reason Kamir is concerned about defacing Inger's autobiography. But if she can find a blank just piece of paper,
She can find that.
cool. She writes, "You're doing so much better than I ever did. Keep following your instincts." And then protect them at all costs. And then she puts KH or KA. That's H isn't my initial. And I want to wrap the piece of paper like around the quill and just like keep it in her hand. So like it's there. It's not going to get lost in the book or like brushed away. It's going to be wrapped around this quill. Um,
Just as you do that, you hear a gentle howl from a single wolf from outside the front of the house. Just a little, oh. Doesn't appear to wake up Jeff or Inger.
I go to the window just to look. Like maybe
Uh,
it's Luke, maybe it was just a passing wolf, but she just looks.
You look out.
Go ahead.
You look outside, and see Luke is just kind of standing, maybe about 40 feet away from the front porch, just kind of standing there, kind of waiting. His wolf is sitting down right next to him, and he's just kind of scratching his head.
I go outside.
Okay. You go outside, and there is Luke, and he looks very much the way that you Chimera just saw him recently. I would say, Chimera, I just hello.
Hi.
I just wanted to say before anything that everybody's okay, and you don't need to worry. So I just want to get that out front. Everybody's okay. I ran into your daughter tonight. She assisted me in a raid. I hope that's all right.
At this point.
She told me that you would be here. So I decided to come tell you about that.
Didn't
I didn't know.
It didn't
Sorry, go
happen to be a fire by chance, was there?
Why do you mention that?
Call it an awful gut feeling.
Okay. Something is going on with magic and fire then. Keone was doing some kind of spell. Didn't know that she does magic, but I guess she does. And something went wrong. The magic just kind of went wild a little bit. And she did not mean to start a fire, but a fire was started.
Oh.
I mean, it kind of worked out. I mean, technically it worked out. But it was not the plan.
No, the
but
fire never was.
But like I said, everybody's okay. Your daughter, along with the others, were able to steal a ship, and they are now somewhere on the other side of the river.
That's
I
good.
think there was something about she was trying to help Anwar's family or something. The fire did kind of explode in front of her. She would hurt at first, but the Fearbulk
Audra.
woman. No.
No.
No, not Audra. Close to that. The druid.
The druid.
You know her. Keone's got a bit of a thing for her. She's been over before.
Shion? No.
Aura. Aura.
Oh. Aura.
Yeah, Aura healed her, so she's okay. But she did. I don't know what you're able to train her with, but next time you see her, you should probably work on her magic with her, because that was dangerous. Part of the reason why I wanted to talk to you.
Unfortunately, she knows a little bit more about that stuff than I do, but was Audra with them? With Aura?
I'm sorry, I don't know who Audra is.
Oh. Wow. I'm sorry, I guess I got mixed up. I thought I saw
Her name's Aura.
Yeah.
Aura, not Audra.
Right. No, I'm sorry.
Something with the Fearbulk tongue, maybe.
Mm.
It's definitely Aura. I heard them say her name just earlier tonight.
And then it was with Hunter and Anwar as well, right?
Hunter and Anwar and the big guy. The big metal organic thing with a big metal tree
Oh,
thing.
yeah. Um. For a moment, she actually just completely fucking pauses, just kind of stares like, what happened? Like trying to dissect everything.
Are you okay, Kamira? They said they were just with you. You seemed like you're confused. Now I'm confused.
I'm so sorry. It's a very long story, and I'm afraid of messing all of this up.
Okay.
I'm so glad that you were there to help them, though, and that they helped you.
Oh, sure. I mean, anything I could do to. I mean, they were there to help me, really, but you didn't have to come here. I mean, the cave is available anytime you want. I know things aren't great between us right now, but
I didn't want to.
you don't have to. There's no hard feelings. You have to be a. You can still. I'm always here to help you if you want.
No, I know. I didn't want to put you out with Jeff, you know?
Oh no, I love Jeff. I love Jeff. That's not a problem.
Right.
But it kind of worked out for the best anyway, because right now I've got a bunch of ogres staying in my cave. So I guess it worked out. But in general, I'm available. If you need help, I am here for you.
I actually might call on you in the coming days. Maybe. And she looks down at the quill in her hand, and I think I might try to. I know I don't want to leave here. I don't feel comfortable doing so and leaving the children behind, I suppose.
Okay, sure. Well, if there's any help you need with that, I'm here. I mean, my task for the week is kind of done. I did what I set out to do, and your daughter was a huge part of that. So I am in your debt, and you know that even if I'm not, I'm still here to help.
Thank you. And she kind of turns to go back inside, and then she pauses and then turns back around, and she'll reach out and kind of goes to cup his cheek, but instead grabs a little bit of beard and gives it a slight tug.
He'll give a little grin to you.
You need to be far more careful and watch yourself, mister.
Plenty careful. It's your daughter that needs to be more careful.
Not the way that I saw it. And she'll wink and turn and head back inside.
All right. And as you get towards the door and go to get at the handle, you just hear a pound, 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 and that's it. That's what we're at right now. All right, let me roll another d6. 1 through 3 is Anwar, and 1 through 3, and 4 through 6 is Hunter. Rolling high today. Hunter, as you drift off, you find yourself in a forest along a path you used to travel as a kid, as a really little kid, back when you were in the child garden. You used to go basically field trips here with the rest of the kids, and this was your favorite spot to play as a kid. Your first memory of loving the outdoors and climbing and kind of being all hunter-like is here. And you see in front of you a group of ogres, goblins, and quicklings playing in the same spot that you were playing in. And you stand there watching over them. Behind you, you hear a familiar voice. You hear that's a it's quite a collective you got going on there.
I suppose so, mister. You really shouldn't be smoking, sir. Bad for your health.
Listen, there's a lot of things in life that I can tolerate. Going a day without smokes is not one of them. I've already been to hell. I've been to the abyss. I ain't going back.
Okie dokie. Well, what can I help you, sir?
Oh, I should say you are full size, by the way.
Oh yeah. I mean, of course I am. What am I? Dream logic, you know.
Grow up, son.
Ugh. Well, I mean, what do you want from me?
I don't know. It seems like we finally met officially, so here I am. And I don't know, I'm kind of curious to see what's become of you and what you're gonna be doing. It's kind of curious to see what you got going on here. You embracing the monster in you.
Man, I don't know what you mean about monsters, man. This is me. This is you, you know?
Kid, we're monsters. No use in denying it. All sorts of fun perks of being a monster. For
Way
instance,
I see it.
you can do a little fire, and he like just kind of lights up a flame. You can do a little bit of thaumaturgy, and then of course there's darkness. And he rises up, and like darkness kind of appears right over all of the creatures that are running around each other. They're like, hey, what happened? What?
And I can see that.
But it's actually for you. You see what comes up. There is like a block of space where everything you see in red. You see it in your infernal vision where everything's lined out in red. But you do see through, and you just see like one of the ogres just looking through, just like the fuck open the lights. It's like they're kind of freaking out. The quicklings kind of like scatter back to where there's light. But you see all of that. See, there's all kinds of fun things you can do.
Well, I don't see how that makes us a monster. You can be good at all sorts of things, have special gifts. That don't make you a monster. The things you do that make you a monster.
Tomato, tomato. Where I've been, you're just a monster. I mean,
I've been called worse.
well, that's fine. What you are, it's okay. Not everybody's gonna have natural magical abilities, and not everybody's gonna have awesome horns and tails and stuff.
They are awesome, thank you.
Kind of curious how you got that tail. I don't got one of those. Anyway, well, I just want to make sure that you're embracing this side of yourself, that you embrace all the qualities about you, including the darkness. Because when you can master darkness, you can master anything.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. I mean, easier to be sneaky when you can see in the dark.
It is a hell of a lot easier to not get hit when they can't see you. That is for damn sure.
So, what's this chit-chat about? You just warming up to me since we're going to be spending some time together, or is this some sort of quid quo quo? Or
I'm curious if you got any more questions for me. Now that I'm kind of able to branch out into more of your psyche here, it looks like this is a pleasant, fun memory, and maybe some other random things you picked up along the way. But I'm looking at maybe you meeting the real me sometime. What do you say?
suppose that might work out. I do have a question though. Why do you spend so much time in my head?
This is where I live, kid. This is where I live. I ain't
That
the
don't make
real
sense.
thing. I'm a small part of you, but I've been coming out to play more and more. And you've been benefiting along the way too, I might add. Where do you think you got that power to shoot fire out when people hurt you and stuff? Where do you think that came from? It came from me.
I thought it was anger issues, honestly.
Yeah, it came from me too. I ain't gonna lie.
Well, shit. So are you like a part of my mind, or are you different? Are you like my anxiety or something?
I'm a whole host of things of what you are, but particularly I'm a manifestation of the curse that was put upon you that created you into being part devil.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Cool. So you're...
Now, there is a real version of me out there if you want me. I bet he's far more interesting than me than what you see here. I've been cooped up in here all this time. He's been out exploring, doing who knows what, traveling over multiple planes. He could give you all sorts of new power if you reach out to him.
Really? Like what kind of?
Yeah.
What kind of powers we talking about here?
What kind of power do you want?
Like
he's got so much power that possibilities are endless. You want more spells? Spells that you can do more is just a knee-jerk reaction. You want to do like purposeful spells?
Could I like? When somebody sneezes, noodles fly out of their nose, even if they ain't been eating noodles?
There's gonna be like a goblin running on by, and just like he's just gonna look over to the goblin and say like, "That boy ain't right."
All right, so what's the catch then? You want me to meet you? You're promising me some new powers.
I mean, Yeah. What catch is there? I mean, I'm sure he'll want something in return. I don't know quite what it's gonna be, as I don't know what his current situation is. I am. How old are you now? 27. I'm about 27 years behind the curve on what he wants now.
So you're not him, but you're kind of the remnants of him in my memory or something?
Kind of in your blood, in your psyche,
more blood
whatever
talk.
it is, your soul. It ain't in your mind. You have no memory of me. I've never met you, but I am inside of you.
What the hell was up with that book? In the dreams you kept...
Oh, there's books out there. They talk about me. I'm a little bit famous. I've been wandering all over. People got stories about me. I'm sure if you read some of them stories, you can get a better chance of finding me.
So what? I look for books about red dude with a...
He's gonna pull out the book again with the same symbol. He's gonna chuck it at you. Now you look for them symbols. You look for a devil or a demon or just a fiend. They don't really have a good way of identifying me. But you find any stories about Ronin, and those symbols, find out a lot more about me.
All right. See if I can track you down.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. And he's gonna walk over to you, and he's like just about to put a hand on your shoulder, but instead, his skeletal hand turns into a fist, and you just hear a boom, boom, boom right in your face, and that's suddenly when you wake up. But we're gonna come back to that later. And then we're gonna go to Anwar. Anwar, you, as you drift off to sleep, you're back at the logging camp. You see the log cabin raging on fire. Dwarves screaming as they burst through windows and flee the building. A thick cloud of smoke rises from the burning building. The smoke begins to swirl like a tornado. It picks up the flames until what looks like an infernal cyclone forms. It starts spinning out of control, and you can feel it pulling you in. You try whatever gadget you can do to stay on the ground, but nothing works. You end up getting sucked up, and you fly into this spinning, into this cyclone, and you get sucked down towards the bottom of it. When you look down, you realize that the bottom of the cyclone is a clay jar. And as you continue to get sucked down into it, you begin to shrink, and you get sucked into the clay jar, all genie style. As you're sucked in, a lid is placed over on top of you when you look up, and everything goes dark and silent. You find yourself on a clay floor, familiar floor. The air is stuffy, like in a tomb. You recognize this as well. You have a feeling you know where you are, although it's a bit warmer here this time. On more. And then flames go up. In an instant, 2 flames light up inside of the clay jar, revealing your ancestor, the Ifriti Aganazar.
I imagine as like Anwar gets picked up by the smoke and fire, and he's just screaming the entire time, just like hollering in fear, and then he gets sucked in through the lamp and hits the ground, and it completely just knocks all the air out of his body. He's just like, oh,
You've
why?
done well, young one. As the fire rises, so too does my power. I can feel you getting closer.
Sorry, so wait. Is that how I'm supposed to contact you? Is like light something on fire? Because that's a really obtuse way to get a hold of you. Like, there has to be an easier way that's less traumatic for me and others. Is there? I'm sorry. Okay, all right. I'm better. Oh, it still hurts.
Do you need a moment? I can wait. I've been in here for what feels like over 1,000 years, so what's a few minutes more?
Okay. All right. I feel like some proper introductions are in order. The last time we spoke, I had a little bit crazy stuff happen. I had just burned 3 people to ash, and then I thought I had a fever dream where a nightmarish genie snake man attacked me and said, good, your power is growing. But now I'm getting the sense, are you real? Is this real?
This is real. I am not mere, I am not some figment of your imagination or some small part of you. That's lame. No. I am real, and I am reaching out to you from a far, far distance. But as I said, I can feel you getting closer.
And your name, Aganazar.
That's right. Say my name.
Okay, you don't have to make it weird. But I've looked.
You've been saying it, though.
Well, I was hoping we could get another chat anytime in the last several weeks to try and clear up what we discussed. But I guess you only show up when I have horrible nightmares. So, if we could maybe fix that, that'd be awesome.
I feel as though as you grow nearer, our ability to communicate will grow.
Okay, Aganazar. I looked you up, or at least I tried to, in every single book we have, in all the Fire Genasi history books. I was looking, I asked. Every person I come across that might know you, I've asked. Who are you really? It was like you were purged from the history books. How do I know you're not just some demon in disguise trying to trick me?
I guess you'll just have to trust me. I am who I say I am. And as far as being purged from history, would not surprise me. I've been in here longer than I can even count at this point.
You're stuck here?
Yes, and I am looking for someone to free me. Right now, it's looking like that person may be you, or maybe another.
Me because I'm using your power? Because I'm your blood?
Because, yes, because there is enough of a connection that we are able to reach each other. It is faint for now, but it will grow. It will grow the more you say my name, the larger fires that you ignite, the closer you get to me. I can feel it in the heating of this room. You are warmer. I can feel you getting closer to me. And I very much wish to be free. And I
Well-
want to see the day where everyone will know the name Agonazar again.
Well, hold on to your tail, because if I keep going the way I'm going, everyone's gonna know that name sooner or later. That seems to be the case.
Good.
Listen. So, it's funny you reach out to me. I'm in we're all in a bit of a pickle right now. A colossal, continent spanning pickle. Right now, I'm searching for my family. Your family, technically, to try and bring them somewhere safe. But after, we continue the war to try and free the world of the Aberrant Empire. This, I'm guessing, came after you were sealed here, correct? Mind flayers, illithid, does that mean anything to you?
Does not. What's this all about? He just
Well-
starts to look kind of annoyed with you. Like, what are you talking about? What is this? What?
Well, TLDR, at some point in the last couple centuries, creatures from another plane of existence came over and took over everything. We were kicked out of our homes. We were pushed to the edges of the earth. And I don't just mean Genasi. I mean everyone. Everyone lives on their knees and prays that the Empire heeds them no warning. I want to fix that. I'm a tinkerer. I see something broken and I want to fix it. But right now, and Anwar kind of looks down at his hands, his gauntlets, I don't have the tools to fix that. This is a big problem. And I need every single tool at my disposal so I can fix this problem.
So what you're looking for is knowledge. Ancient knowledge.
What I'm looking for, I don't know if it can really be quantified. It's definitely ancient. And it's definitely powerful. If you are who you say you are, and you are what you say you are, then that means you have a skill, a very particular skill that is only known to our people. And if I release you, I want to make use of that skill.
So you're talking about a trade, a deal.
If the books are to be believed, a very traditional one that you should be familiar with. If I release you, I want the power of wish.
I will accept this deal on the condition that you were the one to find me first. As I said, there was another who can potentially find me.
Someone I'm related to?
Distantly, but yes. A woman from the east who goes by the name of Ember. She is on a similar path to you. And I'm curious to see which one of you will find me first.
Can I ask you, once you're free, what's your plan exactly? What do you want to do with your freedom?
Oh, that is a good question. Take revenge on those who put me here. That'd be a good start. But also, I don't know. Go and sit by a nice lake of fire. Be nice. That'd be real nice.
I want to insight this guy.
But anything but being out of here. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'd like a vibe check on a scale of 1 to Doctor Doom. Where does this guy fall?
Okay. Let's see that insight roll.
It's living.
He is big and scary. He is a big, scary dude. Does not seem like if he got out of there, he would just be like, "Oh, thanks, man." And then just be peaceful for
Deuces.
the rest of his days.
I'm going to Disneyland.
Yeah. Nah, he's a big, buff, scary dude who seems like seems like he's got a chip on his shoulder.
You can, as Anwar gazes up at him, you can tell that he's reading somewhat from a script. He had thought of this plan and kind of worked out the words many times before, thinking that if he is what he says he is, he could possibly get something great in return. But now, being in his presence, whereas before he was only kind of like a small glimmer of fire, now seeing him, Anwar is in a sweat, and he doesn't normally get hot. He is
No.
he is very afraid. But at this point, he is also very desperate. If I find you, and I release you, you could be the difference in this war.
If you can release me, it would be my pleasure to fight in a war.
All right. How do I find you?
As you've traveled east, I can feel you getting closer. Keep heading east. It's like we may need to play a little game of hot and cold to see if you can find where I am.
Oh, that's
right now
funny.
you're warmer. You're certainly warmer, ever so slightly. You got a long way to go. Long way to go. But you are warmer.
Need to find my family, but if I can, I'll do what I can.
He's gonna kind of slither around you until he's like completely wrapped up around you.
Oh,
and
this
just
is
kind of
happening.
sink down closer to
Okay.
you.
Okay.
When you mention I gotta look for my family, he's gonna look down and say, "Look harder." And with that, the whole clay jug or the whole clay jar, you're just gonna hear like big rounds, just like boom, boom. It's like the Inception level of all the other booms that you've heard from the other dreams, but this one is like much deeper, much louder, and longer lasting. Just boom, boom, boom. And with that, we're gonna cut to outside, where it's not really knocking so much as just kind of you hear a big opening of like a just like of a door opening really widely, and these two guys who were supposed to be watching completely missed it. I don't know if they dozed off or what, but there is just good old orcish farmer, kind of plump, is just kind of waddling through. Hey girls, how's it going?
You're
And
not
he's
my
gonna start giving out some feed and some other stuff. He's right below you guys. as you're kind of like startled awake, and he's just kind of moving off and about. He's starting to give them, all right, girls, time to go, time to go. Sun's gonna be up before you know it. Let's go. And he's opening up paddocks, and the yaks are starting to go. And then one of the yaks is gonna go like, ah! whatever sound yaks make. And he's gonna be like,
Yak,
what's
yak,
that?
yak.
What's that, girl? And he's gonna be like looking like he's talking with her for a second. Do any of you do anything?
Anwar set the barn on fire.
We look at my
Do it, Anwar!
I feel like every time Anwar sets a huge fire, it sends it right back to Agonazar. It's like, we just spoke. Did we forget something? Or...
Yeah.
I was about to. Oh, my bad. You're good.
So at first it's kind of like a shit your pants moment, but then you realize that he's just talking to her like somebody would talk to a pet. It's like, oh, don't worry, girl, it's all right. You're gonna get plenty of feed today. Don't you worry. Today's the day. You're gonna have a great day. And,
So the yak wasn't a narc.
So concerned.
Hey, boss, there's people sleeping up there.
If anybody wants to cast Speak with Animals, you can try to see if you can find out what the animal's saying. But
Well, you said he was.
He just kind of carries on though. He doesn't look up or anything.
Okay.
If the animals told him anything, it didn't alert him to your attention or alert him to where you are.
So what you're saying is that if we cast Speak with Animals, we can figure out what's the yak say.
Yeah.
This has been fun, guys. Good night.
I mean, if we're good, we're good. But I'm sure, like, upon hearing the knock, Audra and Rain very much do like a, whew, and then look at each other like, oh no.
So all of you are up at this point, but there's still quite a bit of like rest to go.
Yeah.
It's only been an hour in at this point. So you guys are all pretty exhausted. The sun has still not come up yet, but he's just like a really early, like Arden was saying, it's like 4 a.m. and he's like already up and like getting started for the day. Yeah, eventually everybody clears out, and it seems like you're in the clear.
Who was on watch for that? Okay. No, accidents happen. I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't supposed to be me.
No,
Yeah,
that
I
was
didn't
on
think-
us. Apologies.
No. Accidents happen. That was frightening, actually.
Oh yes, it was.
What do y'all say we limber on up and get on out of here, sneak out the back while the
Well-
yaks are moving?
It's
It's only been an hour.
yeah. There's time to rest, and I would still very much like to do it properly.
All right, hell yeah, let's keep sleeping then. I can definitely go back to bed.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll get up the next watch when the time comes.
You guys look over to Anwar, and he was kind of laying somewhere on a big pile of hay. And first, you don't see him at all. It's like, where did he go? And then, like, the hay flickers a little bit. It's an illusion blending into, and it just flickers. And it's like, are we okay? Okay. And then the whole illusion drops. And you just go back to sleep. like a when you wear a green screen as like a cloak, and it's just the floating head.
Yes.
All right, so who's gonna take the next watch?
I can try. I suppose.
Kamir's gonna go it alone, maybe just with her own echo to keep her company.
We'll play patty
Um,
cake.
Suppose I could do it. Unless you had a moment in mind, Ryan.
I would say if I could still get the long rest in, I think Anwar's awake now. After that,
Fair enough.
so I think actually I'll make sure we're looked after. I'll hit his button and like, shh. So it gives them the little like notification of when someone's
HUD.
approaching. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So it seems like things are kind of cleared out. It looks like you could probably do some whispering and talking to each other. It looks like no one would probably hear. So. Oh, also, just before you begin, let me get some perception checks. It can't be worse than the last one.
Don't say that. Why would you say that?
Well, it's not.
It's like, wow, you
Thankfully.
both rolled 0. Okay.
Well,
No, it literally can't be worse. Is the thing. It literally,
Yeah.
literally cannot be worse.
yep.
I was
It could
fully
be
ready.
equal. It could not be worse.
I was fully ready for both of Ryan's advantages to be ones and be like, why would you say that?
I had to give all
You're right.
ready to fire.
It could be worse because if Ryan rolled double ones and Sid rolled a 1, then it would actually be worse. There's one.
That is the one.
There
that
is
the
one
anomaly.
permutation upon
That's
which
what-
you could do worse.
20 times
Well,
20
what-
times 20.
Yeah.
What's
Luckily-
the multiverse
luck-
that Kamira sees where it's all ones?
We're in
Not
that
even-
multiverse. What are you talking about?
Anwar, luckily with your helmet on there, you've got a pretty good read. It's kind of like you've almost got like a kind of a sonar thing that goes out, being like, all right, I'm
I'm
not
just
hearing
gonna
anything right now. Things seem
Refresh
pretty good."
again. That's fine.
What do you guys talk about while you're up, if anything, or do you just check in on it?
Hey, this is going to seem a little out of left field, but what was Audra's sister's name?
Aura. Why?
I think I'm seeing another timeline play out in my dreams. One in which, oh yeah, it's Keone
It's
and
just
Jeffrey
like-
are both alive. Yeah. Keone is a part of the resistance, and she's essentially been in my space, but there, it's not Audra that's with you, it's Aura. You are traveling with Orontis, and you all just actually just took off on the boat after Keone started a fire, and you are on your way to Waterwheel. I don't know if
Here.
that means Audra is dead, or maybe she just didn't join the resistance, or it's endless, really.
Miss Kamira, I thought I was incredibly clear to you that if any temporal stuff started happening to you, you would tell me. And you're telling me you're reaching out to an alternate timeline of events? A variant timeline?
Kind of, yeah, darling. I wasn't sure if I really wanted to actually do any of the reaching out, just based on how well she did compared to me. But I don't know, I'm dreadfully curious and very concerned, and I don't want to mess anything up.
Are you able to send messages? Are you able to talk to us?
I actually just tried to leave myself a message this evening. Just a note. But who knows if it will take, if she'll actually have it, if she'll believe anything, or maybe she just thinks she's doing weird things in her sleep. Or maybe if it was a joke from Jeffrey, because apparently we don't get along there. Which is... we always kind of butt heads, I suppose, but that seemed a little extreme in some instances, from what I recall.
If I can ask, and forgive me if this is a uninformed question, you pull alternate versions of yourself, echoes, into our timeline, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever tried to put yourself into those timelines? Is that something you can do?
No, but I'm starting to wonder. Because I'm, to a degree, able to affect you all as well. Moments where something hits you or you dreadfully miss the mark. Like, I want to say somebody actually very recently might have shot somebody else. And I stopped it.
Did Hunter shoot Audras or something like that? That sounds
I
familiar.
want to say somebody rolled a nat 1 and almost attacked somebody else.
I feel like it took an arrow to the back, but maybe not.
Did happen at some point. I don't remember exactly what it was.
You're serious? You are really affecting the timeline? For us too?
Yes.
Was there a timeline where last night wasn't a total disaster?
Nope.
No, actually, there was one where Lukilazog was crushed by an ogre. I don't know how it went with you. It's situational, and it's only, I can't affect everything, but some things.
But you have been getting stronger with this.
It certainly seems so. By pure dumb luck, by the way.
And remind me, this is a skill that was taught to you, or you
My
inherit?
father. He taught me.
He was an echo projector of some kind?
Yeah, sort of. He was gifted in all sorts of magic, though. He was an elf, my father.
That explains your features.
But I mean, he taught me what he could while he could, and I tried to help Keone to a degree, but it just didn't stick. At least in this timeline. In the other one, apparently she's the one slinging around magic and starting fires.
Didn't someone say that Keone was alive here?
Poe did. He insinuated as much. I don't know if I believe him, but
I wonder if that Keone is trying to reach out to you in the same way that you're trying to reach out to her. Wherever she may be.
Maybe. If we're talking the one in this timeline, she might have found out that I completely lied to her, and she's mad and angry and doesn't want to come home and has left me worrying sick. But what's a mother to do?
Miss Chimera, I'm sure that's not the case. If she could be here, I'm sure she would be.
I don't know. It was a pretty big lie, Anwar.
Speaking of lying, I don't know. I was going to ask Hunter about this, seeing as he just got out of a deal with a powerful magic user. But, seeing as the way that went. But, if you could just keep this between us.
Uh-huh.
Do you remember the night you came over before the attack and there was a book on my desk? An old Genasi book?
Mm-hmm.
It was a tome of our history that's managed to survive traveling thousands of miles away from our homeland and been gifted down for generations. I was looking through it for a specific name. Someone named Aganazar.
Honey, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if he's listening. So, the reason I chose that name and the reason why, well, I guess in a much more. Ever since we left the mountain where what was it called? The radium? The
The soul forge?
Oh, the Soul Forge.
the Soul Forge. Ever since we've left that place, I've felt that it might have awakened something in me on a much more primordial level.
Like on a, I don't know, it's so under wraps these days, but kind of like the magic-y patron way or something else?
I think more like an ancestral way,
Oh,
possibly similar to Hunter with meeting his great ancestor when we traveled into his blood verse or blood realm. Anywho, so he reached out to me in a dream twice now, and Anwar's going to kind of take his gauntlet, and he's going to kind of like mess with the features on the back a little bit and tweak it a bit, and then he's going to use minor illusion to cast the projection of what he believes Aganazar looks like. Actually, if you want to just pull up the dream image, Richard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
nothing against your ancestors or anything like that, darling, but he looks evil.
Well, Afridi have that. A lot of people have theorized that Afridi and fiends or demons have a common ancestry, but with the horns and the fire. Sometimes they have hooves. But it seems he is, to some degree, my ancestor and the source of my gifts. But also, he is alive, and he is locked somewhere here, trapped in what I believe, stereotypically enough, is a lamp.
Oh.
And
How about that?
yeah,
Wow.
crazy stuff, right?
Hmm.
I spoke to him the first time after our fight, the raid against the camp. And he just reached out to me again last night, or a couple minutes ago, after the fire. So I'm sensing a bit of a common theme here to get his attention.
Mass violence or fire?
Maybe a little bit of both.
Uh,
He's definitely not as jovial as he might appear.
Very jovial. You're obviously you are to an extent, but he hasn't. This might be judgy. He hasn't threatened you or anything, right? You're okay.
No, he hasn't threatened me. He's said he's very proud of me, which is in a weird way nice. But he wants his freedom, and he's willing to make a trade in exchange for his freedom. And I might do it. Either I might do it or someone else might do it. But if I do it, I think I might have what we need to win.
ultimately it's sort of better the devil you know than the one you don't.
In my head, you make a trade in exchange. You try and strive for equivalent exchange, but if I can release this person, this character, and I can get back what I need, it could be anything. It could be what we need to win. Then it might be worth it.
You're right.
That's why I was afraid to bring it up with Hunter. I didn't know if he'd understand.
Yeah. Either way, we need to have a plan in place. We need to do this correctly.
Yeah. Maybe we have a backup plan in case things go south.
I think that would be wonderful, given light of everything that just happened.
While thinking of some of that backup plan, I think I'm going to cut over to Artem and Tony, just so I know they've been waiting a while.
All good.
Of course.
So I'm going to go ahead and...
You can do Artem first,
Okay.
because Artem hasn't gotten a dream yet.
Artem, you have not gotten a dream yet, which means you get to write your first one, just like everybody else got to write their first one. So Artem, as they're kind of, chit-chatting away, Rain drifts off into... Well, first off, I'd like to give people an opportunity to express kind of like, does she have an easy time getting to sleep? Like, what's kind of her process in drifting off into sleep?
I think for this particular one, she's so tired, and I mean they already drifted off once a little bit, so she just like goes out cold almost immediately when her head literally hits the hay.
Alright.
Okay. I'll preface this by saying I'm gonna drop a music thing in here, but I'm dropping it at a specific
cool.
point. I don't know how well it'll work, but we'll see. I hope it lines up well. Okay. So I'm just gonna read this off because I wrote it out. Okay. Rain stares up into a bright blue sky, counting puffy white clouds. She's a child, about 10 years old, and matting down a small bit of the vast wheat field of the family farm. Her mother calls for her to come home to dinner, and with glee, she props herself up. She wades through the golden sea to the front door of a quaint little farmhouse, and she enters through the door and stops dead in her tracks in a void of darkness. Sitting in front of her is a long-haired orange cat, staring her down with one green eye, one blue. It seems to be grinning, and she can't move, entranced. And a meow echoes through the void. Another. Each meow seems to become deeper, its mouth moving to form words alien to the beast's tongue. Where do you think you're going? Home. Her reply is delicate, scared. What home? It cants its head to the side, and she begins to plummet down, aware of the nothingness surrounding her, while the cat watches from above. Is it laughing? The cat steps in front of her, stretching as if standing on some invisible elevator. She falls while the cat is unaffected. Suddenly, it moves to another scene. The cat sleeps in front of her on a pile of books and papers, while an adult Rain scribbles notes on magic in her fey tome. Magic circles and arcane symbols cover the first page. She looks up at the cat, smiling. She looks back down, and there's an entire page filled despite her pen not moving. A shadow startles her across the open doorway. The pages open up on their own, more and more magic jargon littering the pages. She closes the book, but the pages are all over her office on the walls. Someone's coming. She tries to collect them all, but the footsteps get louder and louder. She runs out the back, down a never-ending hall of doors resembling her childhood home. The doors she passes open with a blast of air, showing a series of images. One with brackish green water held at the frame by some mysterious glassy force. Another with Rain kissing a golden-haired elven maiden that proceeds to laugh afterwards. Another with a bloody operating theater, medical instruments strewn all about it. another with the warm embrace of her caring mother, and the last with the face of a squid looming over her. And finally, she rushes through the door at the end of the hall to a room with a mirror. It's calm here, for the moment. Adult Rain stares at the mirror at her younger self. She looks down at her hands, and they're charred, cracked, and bleeding. In the mirror is a young boy, body and face mangled by this ashen burn. The room is on fire, consuming, closing in. The boy screams. She screams. She wakes up, startled and in a hot sweat.
All right. It'll be fun to see where those dreams take off in future episodes. So yeah, with that super high perception, Anwar, you definitely like pick up like bing. There's something in trouble, and it is Rain who wakes up in that hot sweat.
Hey there.
Morning. Is it morning?
Still technically morning. It's been a couple hours since we took watch. Are you doing okay?
I'm fine. It's just stress. Little nightmare is all.
You look a little flushed.
Just, it's okay.
Don't tell me. You had a crazy dream too, right?
What are the odds?
Speaking of crazy and wild dreams, I want to make sure that we cut over to Audra's dream, and then we can pick up from there. So Audra, as you drift off into sleep, let's see, Tilly. No, yeah, it's not supposed to speak till later. You find yourself in a dark, lifeless forest. Everything feels like the shadow fell. Is just lifeless, barely hear a sound. But then you start to hear these kind of footsteps start to get closer and closer to you. And when you look over in the direction of the footsteps, you see a Wendigo, a large, lanky, dark beast with the skull of a deer and large antlers. And it says to you, "You seem lost, my friend. Let me help you." He starts to walk over and pulls a hand out towards you. What do you do?
I'm gonna reach for my sword and shield, assuming they're there.
Yeah, your sword and shield are there.
Immediately draw them and take like the, that whole stance, like battle stance ready, like, I don't know you.
It's getting closer to you, and it is going to lunge right for you, like right at your neck area. Do you do anything in response?
Yeah. If it's coming, then I'm gonna light up the sword with I'm not actually using the spell because it's a dream, but I'm gonna light it up with what is it called? Divine Favor, which ignites my sword with radiant energy, and definitely going to just like take a swipe, use everything I got to like make sure it connects,
Yeah, when you do that and go up, you give like off a little prayer and nothing happens, but you can still take the swing if you want to.
Yeah, I mean, I take the swing because.
All right, go.
Oh, you'd like me to roll it?
Yeah, go ahead and roll it. Yeah.
All right. Technically, we're not leveled up yet, so it's this. And I
17.
tack on the channel divinity to take that up to a 27 because she's not taking any chances with this evil-looking thing.
This channel divinity, you go through, and instead of it striking true, you feel what is supposed to guide your blade to hit it, like kind of holds your blade in place, and you try to go to swing, and it just kind of like stops at a certain point, magically so. And then it will, as it's, it's like going towards you, and you really try to give it that swing, but it's like it's doing counter to what you think it would. And the thing says, "You are so far lost, you cannot even recognize your own friends anymore." And it grabs you right at where the tattoo is, and it's just like excruciating pain as it just like grabs into you and starts like pulling out. If you look down, you can see it's like grabbing the skin and basically like pulling it until it forms the needle again, and it's like pulling it out of you. And finally the thing releases, and you see a flash of color, but it's so much excruciating pain that you just kind of pass out. However, after a moment, you wake up in a forest of oxidized copper trees with brass and gold leaves. For the first time in weeks, you see color, you see beauty. You can hear a pleasant sound of flowing water as you notice a small creek beside you. As you stand up, you notice a tall creature made of metal. It looks like a lot like Arantis, but it is wearing a crown of antlers, an armor that appears to be a scale mail in design, but is made of a bunch of metal leaves.
Oh.
Along its back is a massive great sword. It's holding an arm out steadily as a squirrel sits upon it, just kind of like scratching his head gently, and it looks up towards you. "Well, hello there, friend."
Friend is not a word I use all that frequently. I don't think I know you, at least not by sight.
"I'm the one who's been listening and answering your prayers."
Are you Sylvanas?
No. Like lets the squirrel kind of scamper off and go. "Sylvanas and the Forge Guard have well, your faith in each of them has offended the other, and they have abandoned you, I'm afraid. But I am here and I am listening. I've been waiting to see if you are worthy of more power. And after a recent fight to protect the forest, I see that you are.
Okay,
I am
if
the
you're not
one that is-
either of them, then
In
who
other
are
words,
you?
I am the one that has been guiding your strikes. I am... Truth be told, I don't think I am completely made yet. I have been called the Becoming.
A becoming?
It's not the best name, I'll admit. That is what they call me. They call me the Becoming. I was in the process of being built thousands of years ago, but then my followers were somehow wiped out. Only recently have I begun to gain some life again, to begin to rebuild. I will be frank with you. I'm forging an army and I need warriors. Will you be one of my warriors?
What are you warring against?
Kind of looks all around him. I have an appreciation for all things natural and made of this world. But these aberrant forces are anything but natural, and are certainly not of this world. The great old one must perish, if not, the gods of this world will not survive.
Oh. Well, if you're the one that's giving me powers this whole time, I suppose I only have one question for you, Becoming. well, and she'll like hold up the sword with the like, ornament dangling off of it. This was supposed to represent Sylvanas and Anatar, but if they're no longer the ones giving me power, and it's you, what symbol do you take?
I can drop that in real quick. And he will, like, magically forge out of, like, a piece of metal from his armor. He'll forge a symbol. And give it over to you. And, if this will load. Here we go.
Let's see what we got here. Nope, it did not load for me.
Damn. Okay, well,
Do you want me to
here's
just...
just the whole. Here's just the whole page.
All right, let's... Oop. We'll open this in a new tab so I can show it on the stream. What do we got here? Ah, here we are.
You are one of
All
the
right.
few who exhibit the traits of both nature and what is forged. You are not one of my typical followers, but I see a need to expand. If you would be willing, what I could really use is a temple. If you can build me a temple and bring me warriors, I will give you power beyond your imagination. Here, and he'll just kind of like put his hands out towards you, and you'll just kind of feel this glowing euphoria sensation for a second, and your mind fills with all sorts of ideas of new spells that you could do that you could not do before.
Mm-hmm.
That, along with you are now cured of your curse,
I am.
hopefully is a gesture of goodwill.
Oh. I'd been asking the other two to show me how to do that for some time. And then you just up and do it for me.
They never listened to you, did they? They are petty gods that squabble with one another. And to be fair, the conflict of civilization versus nature has been going on since the beginning of time. But I like to think that they can be forged together. I think you are perhaps on a similar path.
I'd certainly been looking
So
for
what-
someone like that. Come to find out there was someone like that out there. I guess it's you.
When you were praying to both of them, trying to find a way to merge their powers, I was the one who answered. It has been me who's been guiding your strikes all along since you've been able to do that.
I see. Well, thank you.
Absolutely. Will you be willing to do what I ask of you? To build me a temple and find me warriors? And will you be one of my chief warriors in this battle against these aberrant forces?
Can you promise that that path will give me the answers I'm looking for in regards to what's happened in my family?
What answers do you seek, my friend?
Well, I want to know who's responsible for what happened to my sister and my dad. I realize those are potentially two different groups, but, well, under the same umbrella. I just want to know that justice is brought to them.
I am not fully aware of everything that has happened up until recent days, but I have a feeling that this friend of yours who has been a part of the Empire, she may have some of the answers you seek. As long as
Rain?
you're asking the right, as long as you're asking the right questions.
Huh. Okay. I'll do that. Hey, how much more time do we have here?
About all the time in the world, I suppose.
All right, good. I could really use just a normal drink as opposed to what's been going on for the last little while. And she's gonna walk over to where that stream is and just
He's just gonna like
just chug
sit
it all down.
He's gonna just sit down and like some little metallic creatures that look like they were made by tinkerers just like come over and start like crawling all around him. Yes, you're welcome to stay here as long as you like. But eventually you will be gone. Until
Yeah.
we see each other again.
Well, I'm happy to take my time for now. Obviously, we don't need to RP it, Richard, but she will basically just like stay a while, like until she, I guess, like lays down for a nap wherever that is. She's just gonna hang out, cause she's like, I guess eventually like it's fade to black at some point, but like before she does that, it'll be like a, hey, thanks for making a place where I might actually belong, finally.
I think we will work out well for each other.
Me too.
I think we are made for things in life. Maybe this is what you are made for, and maybe it's just meant to be.
Yeah.
All right, and so yeah, that'll go on for a little bit.
Richard, that was so dope. That was so cool.
I'm glad you liked it. I'm glad you liked it. My terrible, terrible impression of Morgan.
Okay,
Freeman.
no. First off, mwah, like perfect, beautiful, awesome. Also, kicking off with the fucking Wendigo was rad as fuck. Yes.
Glad you liked it.
I can smell you.
Alrighty. So eventually you guys kind of wake up. Eventually I think the Hunter will be kind of, switching off and kind of watching for the rest of the night. Hunter, is there kind of anything? Does anybody want to stay up with Hunter to give him someone to talk to, or is Hunter just kind of be by himself and watch? At this point, the sun will have definitely risen, and it's just kind of like waiting around.
If I am up, then I would actually like to just walk over and plop down next to Hunter and just like hold out my palm, and I've got the needle in it, since now it's no longer, in me. And just
all right.
So what do we do with this now?
Damn. So we didn't all have to jump inside your blood to deal. All right, did it yourself. Somehow can't say I'm surprised.
Didn't really do it myself, no. I'll gladly take credit for the things I do, but this was this was something new, and something that actually makes me feel pretty happy, and that's rare for me.
Well, shit, let's destroy this thing, huh?
Is that what we want to do? Can we?
You technically still have all 3 items. You've kept all of them.
Listen, I know they're.
Let me just wash out the wound real quick with that soap. Oh no!
I know there are little boons each item here kind of grant, but we were given some real duds, man. It ain't worth it.
I mean, I just don't want to pass this on to anyone.
No, hell no.
Although, she kind of looks over the edge of the little loft they're in. We could add a needle to a haystack. No one's going to find it.
Someone's going to prick themselves, and all of a sudden they're going to be...
Okay, maybe a yak, but like, that. Who cares?
Poor yak. It's just like, why is that yak all sad out in the field?
It's just crying.
Yo, that yak's got a really elaborate brand on its leg.
The yak has like hair over one of its eyes.
It's joining the yak parade.
For the sake of everyone being able to interact again, I know there's
Yeah.
a long period of time where people can't react. I will say that everybody wakes up at this point.
We take a bio
Thank
break
you.
before we
Thank
all
you for
reunite.
bearing with me. I'm gonna say thank you for bearing with me while we went through
Yeah.
individual stuff.
That was all good stuff. Shall we take a quick fiver before we? I personally have to
Sure.
pee if we want to do it now.
Yep.
I could
All right.
use
No
some
problem.
water.
BRB stream.
All right.
All
smoke,
right.
kids. Uncle Andrew here to say, don't smoke. Not worth it, never will be, never has been.
All right, so everybody at this point has woken up, and given the time, I mean, it's probably, say you went to bed around 3 to 4-ish, so we're talking about, it's like noon.
Nice. I haven't slept till noon in ages.
Well, now you have.
So, one point of order. I'm not sure what our entrance into Waterwheel is going to be. On War, I will leave that to you, but if there's a moment we can rest before we enter, I do need to deface Rain's shield of its Empire artwork.
She holds it up. It's still got the blue thing with the squid on the front.
We shouldn't parade in there with that. It won't take me long, but I do need time to do that. And she'll hold up her sword and point to the like keychain ornament, and I need to modify this as well. I don't know how the night went for the rest of you, but I learned my prayers have not been going to the gods I thought they were going to. Instead, there's a third one who's been helping me out and asked me to help them out in return.
Wow, Audra, you kind of loose with the gods, aren't you?
I
just kind of go for whoever's down to worship, huh?
Well, this one took care of this, and she'll like pull down the shirt to show no more tattoo.
Oh, it's gone.
Yeah.
Guess that's a pretty good show of commitment.
Yeah.
It's the one for you.
Well, you know what they say. Don't get a tattoo removed unless you're absolutely sure.
Yeah, definitely don't get a tattoo of your ex.
Although we do need to decide what to do with this, and she'll hold up the needle.
No, we're gonna burn it. We're gonna burn that and the other thing and the other thing.
If only there was a way to hide a needle in an impossibly difficult way to find said needle.
I had the same thought. Hunter said
Right,
no.
you
He
should
doesn't
bury
want a wayward yak getting stabbed.
No.
Love
Yeah.
armor. Yeah.
Why not just throw it into the river?
Actually, I like that.
Oh, and then we get
poor
some punk fish.
might-
Some kid gonna be running through the street barefoot.
Yeah.
All of a sudden gonna run
And you
home.
just-
Mom's gonna ask, "Where'd you get that
Yeah.
tattoo,
Yeah.
Timmy? You're 5."
I was gonna say, like, chaos
just-
theory, it winds up in like the well of a village, and like a year now in the campaign we find this horribly cursed village because
Y'all
we
ever
threw a
seen
needle in.
Jumanji? Y'all ever seen Jumanji? Because it'll come back.
I'm just immediately picturing Kate Blanchett start to narrate, and some things that were never meant to be forgotten.
Yeah, I was gonna say first object thrown into a river, not our problem anymore. Not our problem. For
This will
400
be
years.
a thing. This will be a thing 2,000 years from now. It's not gonna be an issue right now.
We go back to STEM Garden, and all the squids are like all tatted up, and they're just like, "Rrr."
Oh, it's poison the water supply.
No. Well,
Speaking
I'll
of rivers,
pocket it for
actually.
now, I suppose.
Speaking of
Just
rivers,
don't
actually,
stab yourself.
What?
Anwar-
Oh no!
Anwar's gonna cast minor illusion of the water wheel again.
Okay.
And I had an idea while we were sleeping last night. Getting through the walls, especially during the day, is going to be difficult, if not impossible. But there's another way we could get in, and it's through the water. I know this because a family I've worked with for many years lives there, works there, a bathhouse. They use river water to facilitate their business, and my father and I help build machines, tinkering tools used to heat them for a enjoyable experience. But having gone through there and cleaned them out many times, I'm pretty familiar with how they go into the river and out. I think I could lead us in. The only real tricky part is if we could hold our breath long enough. And if there are giant crabs, which they are also on occasion.
So we do have to go into the water.
Yes.
Perhaps I could move it, or and Rain's gonna pull out her tome and start like looking through the things in her book because she has to prepare spells in the morning anyway. And then she stops at one of the middle pages and she looks at it. There's more spells in here again.
You too.
Um,
I woke up with some new ideas myself.
these aren't ideas that I have. They appear in this tome sometimes.
Oh.
But, well. And then she turns it around, and there's literally a spell for water breathing. Fates aligned, perhaps?
I
Maybe.
think this is a good sign.
I mean, I had an idea about potentially walking on the water, but that doesn't seem like the most efficient method for this infiltration.
I think this is our way. We head down by the river. If we can breathe the water, we can go along the bottom. We can take it all the way up through the river, through the gates. That's right. Audra, you're about 7, very tall. 7, 8.
I'm 8 feet tall.
Hmm.
Problem?
Yeah. Actually, Miss Chimera, I apologize, but you are a little on the tall side as well. It might be a tight squeeze for you both to get through the grates. They're meant to keep out giant crabs, as I've mentioned before.
Are there many giant crabs near Water Wheel? Because you're starting to make me nervous.
Are we gonna have to fight some giant crabs?
I'm not saying we're going to fight giant crabs, but there may
Okay.
be giant crabs. It's a part of bays. What do you want from me?
Well,
Oh.
at least we got lunch figured out.
You don't suppose I can echo in?
That could probably work. If you can see through it, then yes.
Yeah, I can do that.
Is it dangerous to go through this machine? It's not going to chop us up, is it?
No, it's not anything like that. It's mainly used to facilitate water coming in and out. And it's well past any area that any creatures would get through. So I don't think we have to worry about turning into chum.
Yeah,
Are-
it's mainly pipage is the issue of like we're gonna have more Shawshank references tonight, just like being able to crawl through. Some pipage is the main issue of like being able to actually fit within those pipes.
But I will say not having to hold your breath is definitely going to make me feel a lot better about the process.
Yeah. Anything else we need to be aware of? Because, I can take this time to think about my magic as well.
Yes, actually, there is something you all should know. The people we're going to see, they're... how do I say this? Well, I am a fire genasi, as you are no doubt aware. The owners of the bathhouse are water genasi, and they are much more fluid than I am.
Is
They're
that a
much.
joke?
Oh no,
Oh,
they're much more go with the flow.
that also
So
sounds like a little bit of a water joke.
it'll make sense when you meet them.
Anwar,
Um,
to be somewhat blunt about it, or they go with the flow in the sense that I choose not to flow?
that's a good way of putting it, actually. Yes,
Yeah, okay.
in the way that you're like a dam that stops all water from going. They are like a rushing river, cutting their way through the countryside.
I understand.
I'm not sure I follow.
I'll
Hunter
explain it
is
to
like
you on the way.
staring, just kind of staring blankly. Like, he's doing the like George W. Bush nod, like, yeah, I know what's going on here. Yeah. Mm.
Rain. Okay, when Rain's
Condoleezza,
like,
what the hell's going on?
when Rain's like, I don't. Audra will lean over and be like, well, okay, you know how it seemed Chimera may have at one time been sweet upon that Luke fellow? No offense, Chimera.
Yes.
Just once
One
upon
at a time. Sure.
None taken. I was still kind of am. So
If this
Got
is
it.
time is now.
Yeah.
He's kind of a smokestack, ain't he?
I'm not
A little bit. He was quite scrawny when we were children, though.
right. So there's that dynamic, but I don't. I'm not sweet on anybody. Haven't been. Don't intend to be.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Right.
Right, yeah.
But one thing I am is very hungry. So if we can get off of this farmland and perhaps to a place we can eat, I would really love to actually taste food again.
We still doing euphemisms because you lost me.
No, I want breakfast, Hunter.
Oh, okay.
I will say they're very loyal and they're very friendly, though this will be the first time I've gone to them as a wanted criminal. So please try not to frighten them
Hey, can we
more than
can we see
we
that
already
wanted
do.
poster, Richard?
Which wanted poster?
Of Anwar.
Anwar.
Oh,
It's just so
Yeah.
it's so funny to me.
Anwar with the jaw.
It's definitely like if you were a criminal, that is what you would look like.
You got that so quickly.
There it is.
because I make it. I make these memes in. I just literally have a page called memes where I just
Do you
make
really?
memes,
Yes.
in Roll20, yeah.
Great.
Because I don't have a photo editor program, so I just use Roll20 to make stuff.
I love it.
Oh.
horrifying.
It's a good use of Roll20. I use Roll20 to play Cyberpunk. I use it to play D&D. I use it to make memes.
Probably.
But can it play? But can it play Doom? It can.
I mean, I'm sure if
Let's
it's
be
not already
honest.
there.
I mean, it accepts JavaScript.
Don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure I saw a dude put Doom on like a pregnancy test or something. Like,
Yeah.
I saw
Doom
that, yeah.
runs on literally anything. It's insane.
Well, in any case, so what do you guys want to do from here?
Well, Rain's gonna try and cast that brand new spell she has. She'll take 10 minutes and an action to do it, and now all of us can breathe water
Hey, Anwar.
for the next day.
What's the
that's-
flavor on that? Do people grow little gills temporarily, or is it
I
just
think-
like a pocket of air forms around them? Like, what is?
I think specifically for Rain that would be the flavoring. Like she's going through, she's actually like not even really telling them that she's doing it, but you know they all agreed to it. She's practicing essentially, and all of a sudden everybody will grow gills.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
weird.
suddenly your necks get like a little itchy. It's just like oh.
It worked. Well, that solves that issue.
Hey, Anwar, could you stick my backpack in your little tiny pack?
Of course.
Thanks, brother.
And
It's just a little-
Anything you also don't want to get wet will be safe in my bag if you'd like to.
just
Are
a
they supposed to
reminder.
itch?
No.
I hate them.
I do feel rather uncomfortable as well, but
You'll
Nothing.
get used
Nothing
to it.
like. Just it's.
is it possible to turn this off once we're inside?
No. It'll last for a day.
Ugh.
And
Okay.
suddenly that appetite that finally came back is gone.
No, this is rad, man. It's like I can breathe, but different.
It will
Either
feel very
way.
strange breathing in the water, but just inhale like you would normally.
Ryan, I
Oh,
see what you,
like
you
normally
typed there in the
inhaling
chat.
water?
I was imagining as soon as she casts it, we're all just immediately like, just falling
all just, like,
over.
run for the river.
Either way, I suppose we should move out before this gentleman starts talking to his yaks and they actually tell him where we are.
Right, and again, I do need a moment, some time before we go in to fix Rain's shield.
Perhaps we can use the tools in his other barn.
I carry my own. I am a blacksmith. Let's maybe just get out of here, huh? It was close
And light
enough.
the barn
Where-
barn on fire as we leave.
Where do you go that you will feel safe enough to bang metal?
Not in this guy's farm.
I mean, how far are we from town at this point? Because
You're about 2 miles.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't care where we
It's
do
basically-
it. I just don't want this guy to hear like strangers like using like hammering away on his, you know, in his barn. You know.
We could just do it on the riverbank.
Yeah, like I'm not worried about anything like that.
As we leave, I'm
I'll try
going
and crouch.
I'm going to place 2 gold coins at like the corner of the barn, and with the chalk, I'm just gonna write on the barn, "Happy Maban," and draw a little chalk line to kind of lead to the ground where the coins are.
That's cute.
Oh, and we leave behind the needle. I'm just kidding.
Oh no.
How much gold do you leave behind?
Dos.
2 gold. Okay, got it. Alrighty. So yeah, you go ahead and do it. So you guys head towards the bank.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need someone to roll a D100 for me, please.
Nose goes.
Non-100.
Nice.
Wow, it happened again.
You get over at just the perfect time where you see traveling along. Luckily, like you are able to like just kind of get the right point where it looks like no one's seeing you. But you see kind of passing by, heading towards the direction that you like where the camp was. You see what looks like a warship. There's like this thing is decked out with cannons that is heading that direction, but they pass you.
They see us.
They don't see you.
Oh,
Okay.
You got it in just the right time, kind of far off enough space to be like, oh, you could see it, and so you kind of like duck behind a tree, like one of the isolated trees, and then like it passes off, but you guys get a clear view of it. It is definitely a ship with some artillery power on it.
Go commandeer it.
Yeah, I say we go. Let's go. And head for the river.
Are you doing this like after the ship passes, or are you gonna go like when it's still in sight to see you?
No, we'll wait until it passes and
Okay.
I'm gonna throw my hammer
someone-
at the ship.
You had said we're going towards the river right after someone said let's commandeer. I'm like, oh, are we doing this now? Okay.
Could I
Make it a bonus
Um,
part 2.
Pirate campaign starts now. We're leveled up and we are feeling it.
I'll
Uh,
never
could
see
I-
it coming.
Could I do a little scouting and roll some perception checks? To just
Yeah,
kinda-
go ahead, go for it. Um, 19 is pretty good. Coast seems clear. Just kind of checking around off in the distance. You're a little nervous about banging metal. It's still within like an area that like you're still close enough to where farms are that it's possible you'll be heard. Because like clanging on metal, it's like fairly loud. So it's possible you'd be noticed, but you're not seeing anybody around you. No one's looking at you right now.
Maybe we don't do this here. Maybe we do it later.
It needs to be done before we go in.
Why?
Have you seen this shield?
Just put it in the bag for now.
Rain, are you fine with going without?
Well, if I'd rather not get caught, so yeah, she'll put the shield in the bag.
If we get
Okay.
caught now, it's gonna be a lot worse.
But you have a shield.
My AC goes down by 2.
All right. So you got the water breathing down. Is there anything you're figuring out for the size issue of some of our people?
I will. Let's see. Oh, it's all of them, isn't it? All right. Well, Audra, I have good news and I have bad news.
Mm-hmm.
And Anwar's gonna like go to his arm and he's gonna start hitting buttons, and then a ray gun is going to appear on his shoulder.
She's like, taking a step back.
The good news is that you will be the first test subject of my brand new invention, an artificer ability that has not yet been seen by anyone else. The bad news is I don't know exactly what will happen yet, so we'll just have to figure it out right now. And it's gonna charge like a sickly kind of green glow, and it's gonna fire at you. And at first, it hits you, and you feel a wave of energy, kind of like like when you're going over a roller coaster, like the big hill, and your stomach just does flips. You're like, ooh, and like at first, your head gets like decay, super big, and your arms kind of both like they're very long and huge, like they've just been multiplied by 2 each. But your weight isn't there quite yet. And Howard's like, oh no, sorry, wrong way, and he flicks it, and then from a green it turns into a pink, and then he fires the ray at you again. You're like, this should be right. I think.
Wait, the first one wasn't the right. What?
And Anwar will. Oh, you don't see it. Why do you not see it? Display in that. Is that?
Are you choosing to let? Are you choosing to let this happen, Audra?
I mean, I guess. It's kind of like a what, and as soon as it's in my face, like fine. Like as soon as it hits, just like fine, whatever. I've already got these weird like slits in my neck.
So your body goes back to normal proportions, and then suddenly, choo. And you're
Like the beginning of Pokemon.
Yep, you're half your size. As you,
I'm half my size.
You're roughly the size of a. You're roughly the size of a dwarf now.
So I went from 8 to 4.
Yep.
Wow. Okay, and she like opens her eyes and is like suddenly below eye level with everyone, just like.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Hey there, short stack. How you doing?
How? My goodness.
Okay. First Rain puts a bunch of holes in my neck. You take me down to the size of a dwarf.
This is all a huge ruse to just beat the crap out of you.
Hey, Cammy, I get to bully her now, right?
Absolutely. Yes.
You want to try? she's gonna like pull up her sword.
Fair
You want to
enough.
try? Sword and shield.
No.
How'd it go?
Point being, I want this undone as soon as possible, and she'll start walking into the water.
I'm 95% sure it can be done.
You better find that other 5% once we get into your bathhouse.
I'm confident, mostly confident.
Hey,
And then Anwar will wade in as well.
Hey, Anwar, you don't have to reverse do it.
I
This
think
is
it's
too
only
good.
I think it's only temporary, but she doesn't need to know that.
Yeah, it's a shame. Oh.
And Anwar, with your knowledge of the piping, you have a feeling that Chimera could probably fit, but probably not with her armor on. It'd probably
Yeah,
be,
but she'll be
probably
able
get stuck
to
with her armor.
use her echo to get through.
I hope. Watch, we get there, and they're like,
Well-
we've installed new plus-size gates because the crabs are just so big, so now really up to 12-foot creatures can fit. And we just did it for no reason.
I guess the way I saw it is there's like a fair amount of piping that goes in for a while. So even if she shot her echo in, her echo would immediately get stuck 30 feet forward.
Shrug out of the
no.
armor
Or-
real
or-
quickly then.
Then I'll tell that to her, and I'll offer the bag of holding as a receptacle for her armor.
Yep. I doff.
Off the armor. Okay.
All of my gear
all right.
moves with me, right? It all shrinks
So
with me.
Rain's without a shield, Audra's half her size, and Chimera's without armor at all. Like, all right, well, I guess we're doing this.
Yeah, time to infiltrate a whole city.
Guess what,
Hopefully, you
Hunter?
don't
You're
have
the
to
tank now.
fight some giant. Hopefully, you don't have to fight some giant crabs. Roll me a D100, somebody.
No.
Dibs!
Nose goes.
Oh my god.
Oh no!
It's like the Kraken appears.
Use your inspiration. Inspiration.
rolled- I rolled
Inspiration.
polar opposites. 98 and
Inspiration.
2.
Yeah, I think you got like a 98, and then or no, a
That counts as
99.
100,
You got
right?
a 99. Yeah, a 99, and then a 2.
Inspiration.
You realize there are technically less odds of rolling what you rolled than in that one?
I'm gonna take the 2.
All right, take the 2.
You know,
Swi-
I've talked to Richard about this, and I didn't mention the giant crabs. It was just like world building. But
Let me
you've
take off my armor for reasons.
well, between the world building, and the roll, this has happened. You guys are swimming along. First of all, this is your first time ever doing this enlarge reduce spell, and you notice that first off, as you're swimming along, it takes more than a minute to swim 2 miles. A minute in, Audrey, you start growing, which is probably really weird while you're in the water. Like, oh. You can feel yourself, and you grow back to normal size. About
I do that,
after,
and just jokingly, she turns around and just underwater just gives Hunter one of these as she floats by.
So that's a thing. And Anwar, you probably do a little bit of a well, I'm gonna have to fix that when we get over to the pipage. You guys continue swimming along, and as luck would fucking have it, there's like a cluster of like 3 giant crabs right near the piping that you need to get into.
Rain's gonna cast mage armor on herself because no.
Okay.
Audra draws her sword and shield and is like, "Oh, we can't talk, can we? If we're just underwater."
No, you can.
Yeah, I'll allow it. You have gills. It's
Okay.
gonna be a little weird, but you can talk.
She just yells out, "Well, I guess it's a good thing I'm back to normal size."
Sound actually travels better through water.
That's true.
Just saying.
They're kind of territorial, and they're all kind of huddled up around this thing they wish they could get into. And I should say that the giant crabs are medium sized. They are like the size of you guys. They are giant.
I'm glad I sized up. I'm suddenly, Artem, your comment about sound traveling. I'm suddenly reminded of sometimes when I swim with my little cousins in the pool, I'll be like, "Come here, I want to tell you a secret underwater," and then I just let out this horrifying like, "Whoa!" as loud as I can, which sounds really awful in the water. Like it sounds like death. Anyways.
Anyways, so what do y'all want to do? Right now, we're not in turn order or anything.
Is there any way to lead them away?
I can
Any
try
way
my
at all?
I can try my speech of beast and leaf.
You
Anwar, how
did that
fast are
with
they?
the moss and the tree attacked us. So maybe not quite yet.
Plan B.
Let's give him this needle.
On land, they're pretty slow. In their water, they're pretty fast.
I see. We may just have to fight them.
Let's hit him with searing smite and then enjoy the meal afterwards.
My echo has a higher AC than I do right now.
Yeah, I think we gotta fight through these things. I don't know.
I'm down for a water battle. It kind of sounds fun.
Oh God.
This is gonna be all theater of the mind. This is a
Yeah.
improv thing we were not expecting, but here we are.
Here we are.
Here we are.
Ryan, why'd you just gotta talk about giant crabs the whole time, huh? I don't.
Yeah, I didn't
Sid, you
expect
wanna
roll
you wanna graffiti up some crabs on this map just for the stream's sake?
Yes, and I will find a video that I saw recently of one like helicoptering in the water after a diver, and it was petrifying, and I hated it.
Yeah, I saw
Dude.
that.
All right, so
Have you seen the crab get sucked up by what is it called, like Delta V or whatever the like underwater pipe pressure is? There's like this pipe pressure.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? It's like this pressure, like with like underwater drillers or whatever. And there's like this pipe, and they're like cutting into it. And this crab like walks by it, and the water differential, like the pressure is so great that this crab walks over it, and the crab just gets like folded in on itself and just sucked into the pipe in like a second. It's insane. It's just like vaporized.
all right, guys, give me either a turn order or roll initiative to decide.
Well,
So you guys are gonna get the drop on these crabs
initiative?
because it seems like they're not really messing with you. I imagine we'll start this off like
Audra is not ready for
I mean,
water.
I'll leave it up to you. Where do you want to start this off? When y'all are like 60 feet away, 30 feet away? Where are we starting this off at? They will probably start to potentially take notice of you if you go any closer than 30 feet.
Well, I mean,
Richard, how do you feel about lightning launchers underwater?
Oh.
Well,
To be
might give
fair,
people
Let
might
the
give people a little tickle.
electricity will only affect you in the water if you're touching ground. If you're floating, it'll actually just go through you.
Really? That's interesting. I did not know that.
Yeah,
well-
there's videos of people like you've seen the videos of like somebody standing by an electric fence and they're standing in a bucket and they can just touch it no problem. It's because the electricity doesn't connect to anything. It doesn't complete a circuit, so they're just totally fine.
Okay.
It's your call, Richard. Either way, I have other ways of doing damage, but I just figured
I-
that's my fire is pretty limited down here, and
I'm
lightning is
gonna,
also.
I'm gonna say it's fine.
Okay. You said that they're. Oh, you know what? Actually, if I'm up, I'm second, so I'll wait. But what I can do, if I can get the surprise round at 60 feet,
Gee, that's spooky.
let's do some fairy fire.
Hell yeah.
Okay. Let me roll some.
Ooh, excellent battle music choice, Ryan.
So Anwar's gonna like wind up his normal like kind of glitter grenade that he usually fires, but it's gonna like be launched like a torpedo. So it just kind of goes right to the middle of them, and then it's like.
Okay, yeah, you did. And then. That. None of them save. So just bing! Instantly, they are glowing. And now we're in turn order. Hunter, you're up.
Well, I've drawn my bier and my dagger because I don't think short bows are gonna go too well underwater.
Yeah, I don't even know what water rules are. I was not prepared for this.
Yeah.
I think range is at
Holy
disadvantage,
crap.
and
I didn't know crabs could do that. That's awesome.
Horrifying.
And I think right now, I don't think you guys have a move speed of like a water move speed. I think you were just able
I
to
think
breathe
when you get
underwater.
water breathing, you do get your move speed equal to your.
Oh, dude.
No, that's not true. It only gives you the ability to breathe underwater.
Oh, really? So everything else
Yeah.
is the same?
So that's what, 10, 15 feet?
That's half speed. So you can move up to 20 feet then.
Is there any rule about
Well,
armor
you-
while
well,
swimming?
Well,
No.
Okay.
yeah, if somebody wanted to look up water rules real quick,
I already
it'd be helpful,
posted
'cause I have no
Yeah,
idea.
Yeah,
Okay.
Ryan just posted them.
Okay. All right. Well, Hunter, you've got a whatchamacallit, a cunning action. So you've got choices. What do you want to do?
I guess I'm gonna have to rock 2 daggers then, because looks like rapiers are not.
I don't know what I
included.
expected, Sid.
Cool.
Ooh,
Yeah,
daggers and short swords are actually totally fine in the water, apparently.
but not rapiers.
Okay.
Ah.
So I'll double duke the daggers and kick 20 feet in and try to stab away.
All right. So you were probably 30 feet away, so I think you need to use your cunning action to get over to him.
Then I will do that. Cool. Here goes dagger at advantage.
It's not a. Is this a? It's a dagger. Okay, so then it is at advantage because of
Yep.
Yeah.
fairy fire.
Alrighty. 14 does hit.
All right. Sweet.
Yep.
I was worried there for a second.
Yeah. You get in there and you get that sneak attack because of the advantage. You find it's like the it's like a video game where like its weakest spot is glowing the brightest. Yeah, you go ahead and you stab in and you just like get it right in between the hard shell and just like rip it apart. It's already one of the 3 is gone. It's dead.
Oh.
Yep.
Cool. So that was action, bonus
Um,
action. All I've got left is reaction.
Yep. Alrighty, Chimera, you are up.
I'm going to send my Echo forward, and she is going to attack twice because she can do that now.
Yeah.
But also, I think it's just that normal attack because it's a longsword.
Yes.
Yep, just normal.
Yes.
Wow,
Number
fairy fire
one.
is like super necessary in the water.
Yeah, no, that was a very good call. That hits.
Nice. And attack number 2.
Ooh,
Yes.
2
That
attacks.
definitely hits. Good roll so far.
That's 8. Yeah? Yeah, because it's both. Yeah, totally. Yep. Oh, wait. Nope. That was supposed to be a 10. Hold on. No, I did it again. There we go. Pew, pew.
Yeah, you stab in once and then stab in again, and it like just the blade goes like all the way through the giant crab and pull it back out, and it is also dead.
Nice. I was super worried for not a lot. That's okay.
This fight's gonna be over
Um,
before your drawing's done.
I'm
Yeah,
working on it. It's from memory mostly.
No, that's a comment on the length of the
Anwar-
fight, not your drawing.
Anwar, this crab looks like it is about to go for either Hunter or Chimera. It is like ready to pounce.
That was an echo, by the way.
Oh, that was your echo? Okay. Well, it's gonna go for either the echo or Hunter. If you don't do something real quick, is there something you can do to one-hit KO this thing?
Can I one-hit KO it? No, that's not my job. My job is to help other people hit things. But I can try. Anwar is going to swim forward, and then he's like, I hope this doesn't kill me. And he's going to activate his lightning launcher on his chest. And now, as a result of growing better and more efficient, it's actually going to fire 2 lightning attacks.
Nice.
So, this will be at normal because it is not the crossbow or any of that stuff. But let's see if it hits.
Definitely hits.
The first one gets an extra.
And
Sorry, go ahead.
no, never mind. Go ahead.
This one gets an extra d6 because it's the first one. And
Okay.
then the second one is a natural 1.
Well, none of
I
us are
would
touching
like-
the ground, right?
I would
So
like to use my thingamajig.
Okay. Yeah, Chimera, you see something go horribly wrong where you see Hunter in the water right next to one of these, and Hunter gets zapped. He's like Crash Bandicoot. You quickly try to switch that. So, Sydney, I need a d20 from you.
Please, God. Please don't. Hey! Bow, bow, bow.
You've been doing well tonight for combat. Okay. So, Anwar, you say that you don't do that, but that is absolutely what you do. You fire off 2 of those things, and then they are completely steamed. And unfortunately, we did not even get to their turn or Audra or Rain, unfortunately.
Level
But
5,
they're
baby!
They're dealt with. I should have put
Steamed,
down more
you
than
say?
3.
I would like to
Steamed
harvest
crabs.
I'd like to harvest their leg parts, their leg sections.
Okay, you do that.
Hell yeah.
You get.
While,
I mean, there's a fair amount there.
while he does that, it's like she would like to just kind of reach out and kind of like nudge Anwar and just be like, that thing I mentioned, it just sort of happened. I don't know if you noticed anything.
No, I hit him. It was good. You saw it. Nailed him.
You initially actually absolutely abolished Hunter with some lightning.
Oh, really?
I...
You saw how powerful it was. It
It was-
fried it.
It was very, very powerful. I was wondering if maybe you noticed and maybe pointing it out helped, but apparently it did.
No,
So
makes me feel bad.
I won't do it again.
Okay.
Maybe I'll just point it out when it's the others then.
Yeah. Or maybe
Okay.
don't tell anyone when you do it.
I'm so sorry, darling.
As we swim by,
Damn it, Brandon.
Anwar sadly picks up the scorched corpses of the crabs and shoves them into his bag of holding.
I'm sorry, darling. I'm so sorry.
All right. Crabs have been dealt with, but now we're back to
Dang it.
Audra's too big.
I'll wait until we're at least within a minute of getting through.
Oh, at this point, the crabs were like huddled right around where you want to go, so you're there.
So all right,
And you could probably see ships passing over you. By the way, you're just like under the water, is like. Ooh.
So Audra, we're about to go through the very narrow pipe. I say this because I care about you. You have a minute, it seems like, maybe a couple seconds more or less to get through. If you grow to your
Yeah.
normal size, you'll be stuck in there, and I can't get you for a day. So,
Yeah. Is there anything we've got for speed?
Well, I'm quite a good swimmer. I could take your hand and pull you through.
I'm definitely not a good swimmer, so I'd appreciate it.
good thing you're so strong, Audra.
Yeah, on land.
And actually, when you reduce her, she gets disadvantage on all the strength.
Yeah, I get weaker when you shrink me.
But you will have no impediment getting through.
You know what this means, though? Wait. No, hold on. I'm going to say this in character instead. Yeah, but you know this means, Anwar, when time calls for it, you use that ray the other way, and then we have some real fun.
I'll think about it.
I feel like you owe me.
Anwar will activate the shoulder-mounted pin particle beam and shrink Audra once again.
Mhm.
All
But
right.
seriously, though, can you
She's
imagine large-size Audra on the battlefield? Just while she's healing people?
She shrinks down to dwarf size. Holy shit, that is some good Krusty the Krab eyes.
I'm working
really
on
good.
him.
That's
That's
awesome.
really good.
Oh wow!
Wait, hold on. Let me give this a proper look on stream. That deserves.
We're
Oh,
getting there.
Yeah,
didn't
no, the
even
eyes look
notice it.
fantastic.
Thank you. I'm trying.
you might be drawing the
Oh,
thumbnail
that's
right
really
now,
good.
Sid.
Well, in any case, all right. So yeah, you get through into those pipes, and you go through. Chimera, it is a tight fit for you, but without your armor on, kind of like bulking up, you're just barely able to kind of swim your way through. But it's definitely a tight fit.
Yeah.
If it makes sense, Audra might literally just like hold on to one of Rain's like boots and just like be taken through that way.
Well, you're small, so it's easier to
Yeah.
drag you along. It's definitely harder because like there's not much room to like move the hands around, so it's very much like a kicking kind of swimming right now.
Yeah.
And so with you holding on her legs, it's definitely like
All right,
it's a
maybe not
workout
that
for
way.
her.
Maybe it's like tie a rope or something. But yeah.
Rain can also shape water and just like push herself through the
Mm.
thing.
Oh, okay.
so-
It's like she's just got her own jet stream. Woo!
I was
Pretty
gonna
much,
say,
actually.
Shoot Audra through like what's the kid from Willy Wonka? Just
Augustus Gloop.
Yes.
Alrighty. Well, in any case, yeah. Eventually, you all get through, and then you start hearing what sounds kind of like an engine, like a dun, 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 kind of a steam engine kind of thing. And eventually, you get over to another side where there's kind of like an opening. There's like a valve up top. Unfortunately, it is shut. Is there anybody who wants to give a try to do something and see if they can get open to the other side?
Is it a locking mechanism, or is it more of like a set grate?
I mean, it's not like a pick a lock sort of situation. It does kind of seem like a twist and turn sort of thing.
I can try. Yeah.
Oh wait, yeah, my backpack's in. Never mind.
I'll give guidance to Chimera so she knows the right leverage to open it. So an extra D4.
Audra's peeking ahead and seeing that and getting a little worried.
Alrighty, give me an athletics check.
You have it. You have inspiration.
Fairy Fire the Great.
15.
Are you doing a pity roll?
Yep.
Might be helpful because I was looking for more of a 15.
Oh.
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, you're able to get it, push it open, and once you do, you hear some gasps. There's people! There's people!
Oh shit.
Anwar, you recognize these voices. They sound like your family's voices.
Oh my god, are they okay? Are they actually okay?
Did you walk in on your parents in the bath?
Oh no.
Be worth it.
Chimera, you would be the first one to kind of look up and see. You see 3 fire Janazi who are like over in a corner. It looks like you're in a back room area, or kind of like a back room, but also kind of like a basement. You see a number of machinery that looks like it's hooked up to something above. The ceiling's kind of short. It's on like the 5.5 foot tall side. But you just look up and like there's Anwar's family, kind of back in the corner, just like what the.
Hello. It's me, Kabira.
Hello?
I have Anwar here with me.
Anwar, bring him up. Bring him up.
Okay, wonderful. They're not so scared anymore. Come here. Come on. Let's go.
They think Audra gets up like at the last moment, so it's very much like she's like kind of a little bit like poking out of the water, and then it's just like, just like.
Anwar comes up and like he swims to the surface and he gets up there, and reflexively the mask goes. It's like, you guys are okay.
You're okay. We have somebody out looking for you. Anwar, come here, my boy. And they'll just like go up, like both your mom and your dad are like going up so they can like hug you and check you out, and they're looking at you in like this full armor they've never seen you wear before. And they're like, oh my gosh, what has happened to you? What has been going on? You have so much to tell us. We were worried sick about you.
Are they wearing towels?
No, they're like wearing normal attire. It seems like well, give me an insight check. Or investigation or perception, whatever's your highest.
Ooh.
Damn, yeah.
That was almost
You can tell pretty quickly, just kind of based off of like what they're wearing and where you are. It seems like they are in hiding right now. This is not just them like vacationing and like chilling. Like they're down hunkered in a back area. Like they're definitely in hiding right now.
I have a lot to tell you.
Yes, you do, my son.
I guess I should probably introduce to you my job, and Anwar is going to point back. Miss Chimera, Audra, you already know, Hunter, and our newest companion, Miss Rain.
Hello.
Oh, hello there. Good to meet you all. Please, come dry off here, and they like grab some towels from storage and give you all towels to dry off.
Y'all want some
Thank you.
crab? It's fresh.
Oh, we are okay, thank you.
All right.
But please, if you're hungry, you must. Anwar, have you been eating?
Occasionally, when there's time, yes. It's been a bit of a mad dash since, you guys are dressed. You guys are in hiding, aren't you?
Yes, Anwar, we are in hiding, and frankly, it is because of you.
Yeah.
What have you done, Anwar? We're hearing stories that you set fire to the fairgrounds.
That
This
was
cannot be true. I do not believe it. But you must have gotten someone. You warned me. You warned me before it happened that there was something that was going to happen, and then it did. You is this resistance thing that you were a part of. It is no good. It is gone too far this time. You have to scale back. Look what has happened.
I think this is a good time for a fade down.
Okay.
And Amar is going to be like, I think maybe it's best if I told you everything from the beginning. And
Fade down.
yeah. So, like, if people want to get comfortable during that time and, like, leave or do whatever, or go steam some crabs or put their armor on or whatever. But
I feel like
Amar is gonna
Rain's
tell
like
them.
taking out some of the butter that she stole from the Empire.
Nice.
She took the good shit before she left. She's like, "Fuck this."
Putting my
You
armor
did
back
say
on.
that he did that. Yep.
I'll just go ahead and remove the giant crab legs from my inventory.
We didn't
cut
eat
to
breakfast.
Yeah. Andre's gonna be like, send one of those over here.
Oh yeah,
We literally got crabs and butter.
breakfast of
cut
champions.
to the Imperial Keep in Stem Garden where the officers are just like, oh man, all they got is the dang I wish it were butter. That's all just got the synthetic stuff.
My pancakes are
They
gonna
got
get
they got that squid butter. Where's the real butter? I want that yak
Yes.
butter.
Squid.
Where's that real authentic yak butter at?
How's everybody doing tonight? We are squid butter.
Rose. But yeah,
All right, so yeah, you kind of say everything, and your entire family is just like,
I will say I tell them everything starting from campaign episode 1 minus well, he'll be more loose on the details from the raid. He won't be like I murdered 3 people. But it'll be like we attacked it and gotta leave it at that. And we were successful and we defended ourselves multiple times. And he will leave out all the Agonazar stuff.
okay. Does he leave in which camp were you talking about? Do you leave out the details of the most recent thing too, or just details of the first camp?
The first camp where, I mean, he'll say that they attacked an Imperial camp as a part of their job to.
But did he explain that he was the one who shot off the big flare?
I imagine that if I were writing the scene, that Anwar's father would ask, and then kind of similar to what we've been joking, it's like, so that's a different story, and then he'll tell that story and how it kind of got like way out of hand, and they had to steal a boat. But he will tell if provoked. He will tell.
The entire town is on lockdown because of that. Onward, this is a very serious business you've gotten into. I am very concerned.
Yeah, it started with just it started with a robot, and how did it end up like this? How did it end up like this?
Well, here we are now. And did you go over the whole thing about how we got a house for you and stuff, or?
Yeah, I would say that towards the end. It's like, but the entire time, you have to believe me. I would never do anything to hurt our friends or family. This entire time, we have been trying to get to you, so you aren't doing this, so you aren't in fear. We have somewhere you can go, somewhere safe, with a protector and friends, and to cross the river. So it's going to be tricky to get back there, but I didn't want you to get taken. And I'm sorry that I dragged all of you into this, but I felt something needed to be done. I'm sorry for bringing all this upon you. It was truly never my intention. But I'm trying to make things right. I'm trying to fix things. And this is the only way I know how.
Give me a general persuasion check just to see how well you're doing in like trying to bring a sense of calm and like understanding as you're talking about this.
I will use guidance
All right.
because it's gonna be bad. Oh shit!
Shit.
It's from
What?
the heart.
Okay, -1. Okay. All right. This is a lot to take in, Anwar. This is your dad speaking. This is a lot to take in. But if we have spent a great number of days here talking about what we must do. This is the last thing we ever wanted to do, was to hide and to run. Seems now that we have no choice but to take our own actions to be a part of this resistance of sorts. We must clear the family name. We must make sure there is a place for us to have our business and to have our family and to have you and your sister have children and for you to have your own families. We must do that for the family to prosper. So I think that the time for laying low is gone. It is over. The time for running. Family has been doing that for generations. That's what I never wanted to do. That's why we settled down. For better or for worse. We must take a stand now. And we will happily go to this house that you have provided for us for a time, but we cannot just sit by in the woods. We must be a part of this now.
I'm sorry I dragged you all into this, but you have to believe me. I wouldn't have done this if I didn't think there was no other way. What was the line? Do you have the original Agonazar dream? Anwar's dream. It is a false choice to decide between the two. You have the power to forge your own path. He'll echo the words of Agonazar in his dream to him. We have to forge our own path.
Could not have said that better myself, my son. You've grown very wise. While I had my doubts, I will admit, you standing here today can only feel pride. You've honored the family name. And right now, the family name has a bad reputation, but that does not mean we are bad people. We are not defined by what others may think of us. We are defined by the actions we choose to take, whether anybody knows it or not.
With that, Anwar is just going to kind of hug his dad, and hug his family, and just kind of like he's like so emotionally overwhelmed that they're like, because he was like really thinking they would have been grabbed or something, like they were going to be in some like torture chamber somewhere, and he's just so overjoyed and happy that they're okay.
And I'm so happy that you're okay too.
Okay, well, if it's all right with you, I think we have somewhere that we can take you that's safer and frankly less dank.
That would be nice. And our friends have been very hospitable, but there is a time when it feels like we've had enough time with them.
Right.
And that time has passed.
Like, I like to think that all the Marwans have the same expression where they're like, right.
Right. Kind of while they're having that talk, Opal is going to go over to Audra and be like, Audra, how are you? I'm so glad you're here. You're alive.
Yeah.
So you've been a part of this whole resistance.
Well, I mean, only as long as your brother has.
Huh.
But it was the right move for Aura, and now for my dad as well. It's a good thing you all got out of there.
Yeah. We didn't know. Oh, is Raj okay?
Richard, is he?
Yeah,
Okay.
he ended up being. I think somebody needed to heal him. I think maybe
Right,
Anwar
okay.
healed him.
Yeah.
That's the himbo orc,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. No, or
Yeah.
the musician in the tavern.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's a himbo.
Yeah. Yes, Aura, your little boyfriend, who I'm still apparently not allowed to mention as such around other people. He's fine.
Oh, good. Yeah, I don't know if he's like a boyfriend, but he's somebody I've been interested in. I'm glad he's safe. Couldn't really get word in or out or anything. We've just kind of been hunkered down. It's been really frustrating.
Yeah, I'm not one for labels like that either, but he's safe. So
Hey,
that's one thing you don't have to worry about.
she's gonna like pull you further aside, kind of away from her. There's actually something I wanted to talk to you about.
Yeah.
Well, now I'm really feeling this way. Before I wasn't as sure, but now knowing that you and Anwar are in the resistance, I might kind of have an invitation of my own to help out. Not like what sounds like the resistance has been in Stamgard, but there is a woman here who has reached out to me, who has said that I might be useful, kind of like a spy. And like, I don't know. I don't have whatever kind of skills Anwar's got there with his magical armor thing, like what he and Dad can do. Like, I don't have those kind of skills, but I might have the kind of skills that fit in here. And like, okay, sound like going to go to the cabin in the woods or whatever. But like, I want to get involved. I want to be a part of. I want to do some good.
Right.
Think am I crazy here? You think I should go for it?
Well, the first thing you need to realize, Opal, is that your brother takes a huge risk doing what he does with us. You taking the same risk
Sure.
is doubling the chances of something going very wrong. The other thing is, it's true, you don't have the same skills he has. And if this is something you decide you want to do, you're going to need to train in some of those areas. You need to be able to defend yourself in ways you currently can't.
Well, yeah, that's what I think. Madame Annabelle Lee would like. I think she'd help teach me how to do some of those things. I'm just afraid to tell the rest of the family because I don't think they're gonna approve, and I think they're really gonna be, like, scared. But like, I've been an adult for like a long time now. I think it's time I like branch out on my own, like do my own thing, and like I could use some support or backup from a friend. Like, please just tell me I'm not
I know.
crazy. That like, please tell me I'm capable. That I can like do something.
Well, you're not crazy. You are capable. You are an adult. We're the same age. Before I,
Yeah.
push you into this, I think it would be really
not
helpful
pushing
if...
me-
I think it
You're
would
not
be
pushing
really
me into
helpful if you
anything I wasn't already
introduce
thinking.
us to this individual, this madam that you know.
Okay.
Why, let us get a feel for her, and then we decide if it's the right move.
Sure. Yeah, I can arrange for a meeting. I'm pretty sure, unless we need to get out of here like right away. But think if we can arrange it, I think, and don't tell them this yet. I want to like save that. Like maybe we can arrange a meeting before they know that this is what. If this works out, I don't know. Like if I'm just being crazy here, I don't know. You've been around. You've been in this danger for a while. Maybe you know. Maybe I'm getting in over my head. Like I'm not a fighter. But
You don't have to be with this sort of thing. You said yourself they could use a spy type. You've got the innocent thing working for you.
that's what she said.
Yeah. So why don't you
And I
set us up with her? And then we go from there. If you're asking me if the question is, can you do it? The answer is yes, you can. I just think maybe we meet with this madam first before we decide whether or not you should.
give me a persuasion check.
Okay. I actually have decent persuasion. Famous last words. No, that's pretty good.
Pretty good. All right, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, I don't know what's going on over there, but if we've got time, yeah, I'll see what I can do to arrange a meeting.
Great. And I actually have a question for you.
Oh, what's that?
I mean, you've been in hiding, so to speak. Is there a place quite enough where I could use my tools and not alert anybody?
I mean, sometimes there's like when they do the water shifts, like sometimes they'll like exchange like water, like they'll flush it out and put in new water and stuff. That creates a whole lot of sound. Maybe during then, like there's all sort of like the pipes sound like they're banging and stuff. I mean, you could probably do it during then.
Okay. How often does that happen?
At the end of every day.
Okay. Thanks. I have some very important modifications I need to make.
Okay. Yeah, I think if we're staying, then yeah, I think that time would work for you.
Great.
Okay. Cut to what are Hunter and Chimera and Rain up to?
You mean other than eating crabs?
I think mostly eating crabs and like watching things and kind of like leaning in, like, you know, I think by the time that the family is kind of getting their hug on, Hunter's gonna kind of lean over towards Chimera and say, "Paul's gonna be okay, right?"
Hey, Liv.
Yeah.
That man is hearty stock. I don't think you have to worry about him one bit.
Yeah, I mean, he was just real shook up after all that. Never seen him limp before.
I understand that that can be scary, but you do have to know that he's had to have worked every day in his life. He's not the type to be put down so easily. Not when there's chores to do.
Oh man, I just thought he's gonna have to sit his ass down and lay off work for more than 5 minutes.
He is. And I
Oh.
think that by itself might kill him, actually.
Oh man.
He's the type that needs to get up, and he's the type that needs to do. And he's always been the type to get up and make me tea after a long, hard day, every single time.
Yep.
I think Pa will be absolutely fine.
Oh man. You think he's driving that kid crazy?
Absolutely up the wall.
Oh
Bonkers.
man.
Yes,
He can
I do.
survive. He can survive Paul, man. He can survive anything.
Maybe give him that little chance at joining up or not.
Yeah,
mean-
he may have earned his way in for this one.
He might have earned his way in.
Tucker has leveled up to a level 5 sidekick by the time you get back.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Sidekick levels. We gotta keep that going.
There you go.
That could work for NPCs like this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've actually been keeping up with that. Maybe it's just been privately. I've been speaking to Andrew about it, but he's actually during some of the off weeks. He's actually been training Tucker. He's got some sidekick levels.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Sorry for if that's a spoiler. But
No, it's just been a minute since we touched on that.
yeah.
We're gonna have
No.
to have like our B team out there. It'll be like Opal and Tucker and like some other folks.
The goblins.
Yeah. Oh yes.
Sticky.
So we're kind of at an interesting place pacing wise right now. I feel like I've got about, I don't have a whole session worthy of stuff. I've got maybe about an hour of stuff for like things that I know of that you can do in this town, and I don't know how much in this town you'll want to do. So either we could try to wrap up this arc now, or we could have like just a really short session next week when I'm less available. Like how would you guys like to do this? Because I don't think I could fill out a whole other section, but I think we're really close to, I think would be kind of a natural arc back. Like we've already done a mission where you guys sneak out of a city and all that other stuff. Like I think we could just time skip to when you're back closer to Chimera's old house. With whoever's going with you, but then there's just a question of like, okay, what do you want to do in this city and explore? But that might only be like an hour of stuff.
Are you talking about for the next time we play, or anything else we may do tonight in this session?
It could be either. If we want to call it a night tonight, which I totally respect. I know people have got to get up in the morning.
Yeah.
We could just hold off until later. I just know that we're kind of like
Right.
we're really close to a kind of natural break off point, but we're not
Yeah.
quite there yet. So how would you guys like to handle it?
As far as stuff on Audra's list, this meeting with the madam could definitely be a next time thing for sure. And for tonight, if we want, like, she definitely has like Rain Shield and then one other quick like forge thing she was gonna do. If you just want like that note at least for her to wrap this one up, and that's from my end. That's what I had.
I guess I was fully prepared for us to have to like stage an escape out through the city and everything. But with water breathing, we can really just like
Just go
walk
back the way
Yeah,
we
you guys
came.
can
on the bottom of the river and just leave,
Yep.
which is
Yep.
very nice. Currently,
Pretty
Yeah.
fucking nice.
I'll admit, I was wrong about water breathing. Water breathing, pretty
Good call.
clutch.
Good call.
And the fact that it's a ritual, it doesn't take any spell
Yeah.
slots.
Don't like the gills though. I'm ever since the boys, man, I can't do gills anymore.
I don't know. Well, I'm guessing Anwar's face is wanted everywhere, correct?
Good guess. Yeah, I think his family would have told him like, "There's wanted posters for you. There's wanted posters for you and you." They're gonna like talk about the wanted posters. Like, Anwar, they are offering 2,000 for you right
So
now.
next
They're
episode,
in a-
I want
and
to
the-
turn in Anwar.
Right, that's what I
and-
was.
Here's what I really want.
And
We
they're
need to track
offering-
down. Let's track down the creepy face person who's actually on the poster, and it's like another Genasi named Wanwar, who's just like your evil doppelganger.
Yeah. But yeah, and there's a wanted poster for Chimera. It's 1,000 for her, 1,000 for Hunter, 1,000 for Audra.
Oh crap!
Nice.
They got them
So
for me
wanted-
now. They didn't have those before. Ah,
I might-
Not
I almost
turn
made it.
myself
no wanted poster for you though.
Is this how you tell us you're taking us in?
What?
No. No, this is a warning.
If I was absolutely strapped for cash and I was not fond of any of you, I absolutely would.
And I respect that about you, Cammy.
Thank you.
I don't like knowing that.
For the
We're
record,
lucky that I'm fond of everybody then.
I wouldn't turn you all in. I would just walk away.
I don't like that I'm the most, because that means that people are gonna find me. They're gonna go after me first. Like
Oh,
It's-
speaking of,
Precious
we have
sweet
sent
roll.
somebody. They have sent somebody out looking for you who I think is resistance related, but we don't know.
Do you know his name? Oh, their name.
Oh, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a fake name.
Sure.
Jack Alltrade?
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, that was on the list.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Hold on. That's a human, and he's worth 900 gold, and it says, where the fuck is he?
do we know if Jack Alltrade is an alias of Poe?
Oh, I
I'm
would
wondering
not
if
be
it's an alias
surprised.
Poe.
Go
is
ahead
so
and
Poe.
go
Can I
ahead
roll
and
that at
roll.
advantage?
No, you can roll though.
Investigation.
I feel like that.
What's
I
the
would-
roll,
I'd like
Richard?
to roll a history.
Hmm?
What's the roll?
Damn,
No, it
that's a
doesn't
nat
matter.
20 right there.
Doesn't matter.
Gosh, with a nat 20, I really want to tell you it is Poe because that would just be amazing, but it is not Poe. You get a sense like I've heard Poe say things like that before, but even for Poe, that might be a little too.
It's a little on the nose for Poe.
A
It's
little
good.
too on the nose for Poe. It's really good, but no, I don't think it's Poe.
Is his real
Is
name
he-
Allstate, and he wears a red polo?
No, he
And
was
khaki
like
pants.
in no, he was dressed a little similar to Hunter, I guess, kind of like leathers and a lot of belts.
Cunning rogue type. Hmm.
Yeah. You
Y'all
know the
think
type.
I do know the
Cunning?
type.
Appreciate that. All right.
That's one word
can
for
be.
it.
Would the Empire have any idea of who that person would be?
I don't see any wanted posters for him.
Should I roll something to see?
So he's doing better than we
brain-
are.
Go ahead.
Very curious. I'm gonna throw in my d6.
So you're from like all the way on the other side of the far lands, like much closer to the mountains in the east. You're kind of from the it kind of breaks into two different countries basically that have two different governors. You have the I'm gonna go to the full size map. So you've got the bronze stem kind of country, and you've got the Lobel side. So you're all the way from like Lobel near the and you were working up near Pixeland. This guy's name has gotten around. You have heard of this guy, and he is elusive as fuck.
Well,
But you have heard of him. He's kind of like a Jack Sparrow. He's like, but like early Jack Sparrow. It's like he's the best pirate you've never heard of.
Like early Jack
He's
Sparrow
like- he's
before
not-
everybody had an impression of him.
Yeah. Some people just like, that is the worst pirate I've ever seen, and then other people are like, that is the best pirate I've ever seen. That's the
got him.
impression that you've gotten of this Jack Alltrade guy. But you have there's a lot of mystery about him, and some people feel like Jack Alltrade is a name that a number of people use to like throw people off. It's like, oh, he was sighted here, oh,
group
he sighted
alias.
here, oh, he sighted here.
Very
It
cool.
might be a group. Yeah, you were
I love that so much.
A Jack's all
You-
trade, if you will.
yeah, you have picked up enough, like you've been a part of investigations before, and you have like picked up enough that like some of the people theorize that it could be a group alias because like the sightings don't match up with like either the dude can teleport or it's more than one person.
I love that. That's fucking
Yep.
dope.
She relays all of that because she has that info.
I'm interested to learn more about this person then.
I wonder if there's any way we can find them.
Why find them when you can be them?
Well, I'm not saying
We
this is the
have
best
seen-
option, but we
They
do
all
have
want
we
this
do
thing.
have what they're looking for. And she kind of looks over at Anwar.
I am not bait. I don't know how we'd facilitate a meeting with this person if the Empire can't find them, and we're supposed to find them without being found ourselves.
Mr. Marwan, how did? Are you offering him like more money to bring him to you? Was he doing it as like a personal favor?
We have a mutual connection. A woman who runs the nearby tavern and inn. Her name is Madame Annabelle Lee, and she.
Audra perks because that's y'all don't know about that yet.
Yeah.
But Audra's like,
How's Annie doing?
Excuse me.
Who?
you know this person, Hunter?
No, never heard of
Madam Annabelle. Well, in any case, she's a.
I know I have a real life friend with that name, by the way. Not the madam part, but I have a real life friend who has that exact name.
Oh, she's can't miss her when she's in town, or when she's available. She's long red hair, fair skin. Not immediately apparent, but sometimes she'll roll her hair back, and I can tell she's got a bit of Elvish in her. In any case, our sense is she kind of runs things, kind of everything underground here. So we have our connections with our Water Genasi friends, and they connected us to her, and she said that he was somebody that we could trust to try to find Anwar without alerting any Imperial suspicion. So we employed his services.
Sounds like we need to meet with this madam. She'll shoot like a half glance over to Opal and then back to everyone else.
Yeah, Opal just like gives a big grin, like, yeah. Yeah. She does the just the face. Yeah. If you have reason to meet her, I suppose.
Well, if this Jack is someone connected, we're at a bit of a disadvantage trying to reconnect with the Resistance as is. So, if we could find out what their next moves are, we can hopefully reconnect. I'm sure after the explosion, they're looking to reconnect somehow.
Hunter, you made a gesture or a sound or something. Do you know her?
Maybe I do, maybe I don't.
Audra is like, I can use a spell to get the right answer out of you.
Yeah, we've crossed.
Damn, that's a good deception check.
Maybe it is, maybe it isn't.
All right, well, based off of what he's saying, you can
You're
figure
not
what
sure if
you
he's
will,
full
but
of
like
shit
he's
or not.
Close.
Yeah.
I have good.
Oh, that is close.
I have good insight,
tell
but
if
not
he's-
good enough.
Hard to tell if he's full of shit or not. You're basically like, do you? Like you are just left completely confused at that point.
Audra's like so close to being able to read him that she's really annoyed about that.
Oh yeah.
You're just like, I think he's full of shit, but I don't. Well, if you need to meet, are any of you able to disguise yourselves? I think you could just walk right up and go meet her if you are able to go without being detected. She's not hard to find. It's just you have to know how to approach her.
Well, Rain's not wanted. I can disguise myself. Anwar, you can do the same, can't you?
I can.
So, we've got that working for us.
I can turn two of us invisible for an hour.
Well, maybe that's what we need.
Miss Chimera, if you wear like a cloak like this, then people can't tell who you are.
You know, like all broody and mysterious, like the people in the novels.
Darth
Right.
Cammy.
Could be worth a go.
Yeah.
Or invisibility could be fun.
Just, I do feel I want to take care of Rain's shield first, in case things go south. Unless keeping the Empire logo is good for now?
I think we can just hold off on that for now.
Alright. Yeah, you said, Richard, I can't do that till the end of the day anyway?
Yeah, so if you wanted to go meet her during the day and then do that later at night, you could totally do that.
Okay.
I don't have much I want to do in the city. I would like to go, if there's an appraiser, I would like to go get all of our treasures and trinkets appraised.
Shall we make a list of things to do in the city then for you, Richard, for next time?
Yeah, again, I don't think we have like a full session worth of stuff like to do in the city, but I mean, we could
You'd
do like
be
a really
surprised
short
with this
session.
crowd.
Fair.
I'm fine with like fading out to like ending this if we want to try and because it sounds like we have one NPC we want to do and I have one errand I want to run, and then we can fade out and be done this chapter. So should we just fade up with Anwar, Audra, and then 2 others?
Oh, so we want to we want to try to do this NPC meeting right now. I didn't know if
Sydney,
we
I
were
know that
saving
you
stuff.
Usually have to. I know you usually have to get up early. How are you feeling?
I could probably go a little longer, but pushing anywhere past 11, that starts.
Oh, I would definitely not want to push back then. Yep.
Okay.
I'm in a similar boat. I've got to get up early tomorrow.
I'm also okay with just putting a pin in it now if we want to. It's already later than our usual time.
I think it's a good time.
Okay, well, we'll just finish it here then. I'm hearing more sentiment for just finish it here right now.
Okay.
Sorry, y'all.
No, that's
fine.
fine. It's been a long one already.
Yeah.
Yep.
I've been up since 3:30 in the morning, so
Jeez.
Oof.
Ooh.
yeah.
For what? You
All right, we'll
harvesting
get some
wheat?
rest.
Just one of those mornings.
Gotcha. All right.
Okay. Well, we might just have kind of a weird thing then, because I think we're gonna take a week off, and I think next time we'll finish up here and then probably have a time skip mid-episode and then just pick up afterwards. It
Okay.
won't be quite aligned, but whatever. I think it's fine.
Figure it out. I trust you to figure it out. Okay, so we'll do hopefully something. not this, but something Monday. We'll figure it out, and that'll be an episode. We got stuff to do next time.
I finished my doodle.
Oh, hold on, let me get a good.
Your doodle looks amazing.
Thank you.
That is
Wow.
an amazing doodle.
That's
It looks just
so good.
like him.
He's super, super mad that we killed all of him.
Kill all his friends.
Yes.
That really should be the thumbnail. I'm not even kidding. You killed me, mate.
It's like, why is that the thumbnail? Oh, because I was like, and there's giant crabs, obviously, because it's a fantasy village. Of course, there's giant crabs in the bay.
Yeah.
There's just
You couldn't have been like, the bay is full of potions of superior healing. No, it had to be giant crabs.
Unbelievable. Giant crabs is unbelievable.
Couldn't be the
All
Yeah.
right, stream. We'll see you later.
All right. Bye next week.
Bye.
Later.